Because it is a trade. Because it is a tree. Viper! God damn, bro. How you been, bro? It's been a minute, man. How's everything, my boy? Peanut butter's random as hell, I ain't gonna lie, bro. What the hell that is? Hopefully, we can get this shit to run better now. That shit was not smooth before. Please don't be laggy. Please don't be super laggy. Watch this shit be laggy, bruh. Oh shit, we good. It was the update with the Why didn't y'all tell me it was the update with the graphics, bro? We're good now. We're good. Thank God, bro. Thank God. Oh yeah, we're good now, man. Was it on normal right now? Let's do normal then. Operation 1, Operation 2. I don't give a damn. What are you talking about? Oh shit. Excuse me.
What is our assignment?
The Cadians have lost control of the orbital guns. We are to recapture them.
Lost them already.
The Tyranids are hurling spores of those guns in great waves. I'm impressed the Cadians held out this long.
Type shit, type shit, type shit.
Brothers Lirio, Altarius, and Alien make up the
shit.
rest of our squad.
Have any of you faced Tyranids before?
Only these past 2 days.
Then there is much to learn.
I look forward to it.
Type shit.
What do you think you're doing?
Ordnance deployment. Path obstructed. Stand aside.
I'm back. What's good, broski? I ain't gonna lie, I just booted this shit up. The graphics wasn't working at first, bro. I mean, it was lagging heavy. I had to update my drivers for my card. I thought it was the settings I had like fucked up.
We leave immediately.
Yes, Lieutenant.
I was just trying to like get my bearings back with this game real quick. It's been a minute. I ain't gonna lie. I'm about to be super trash, bruh. It's like the first mission, I think. Because it is a tree. Yeah, got that chiseled jawline, you feel me? Yeah. Bald-headed bitch. Nah, I'm just playing. That's my man. Though. What's his name again? Don't he become a traitor or something? Or nah? He look like he got a little Asian in him.
Sir, you served in the Death Watch.
Yeah. I'm Himothy.
Must have been a great honor.
He don't want to talk about that shit.
It's a privilege to serve with you. Approaching drop zone.
He glazing, bruh. Isn't that what the kids be saying? I think in one of my clips I was driving something chaotic. Oh shit, for real, bruh? You wasn't obeying the traffic laws and shit?
You're right. And now he has your command.
Tight shit. Where's the volume button, bruh? Oh yeah, I like me a tough girl, you feel me? A tough woman. Yeah. She can probably do hella push-ups, bro. She definitely doing more push-ups than you, bro. Gucci.
Major Sarkana, 8th Cadian Regiment.
Major, give me an update.
The wretched beasts have taken the orbital guns. They pushed us back to
She
the
probably low-key a freak for real, bro.
assault.
Lirio, take Altarius and Elion and remain here to secure the encampment.
Yes, brother.
Nope, just causing some chaos in the military base. Type shit.
Follow me.
Sometimes you gotta do that, bro. Cause some chaos, you feel me?
The situation here has deteriorated. Those foul gargoyles pollute.
Oh yeah, I can tell by the way she walks, she a little freak. Hell yeah.
They do. These unrelenting attacks make a counteroffensive difficult.
We shall take care of that.
Yeah.
Major, we've got more incoming from the east.
Move to reinforce the eastern flank. You go.
What's
with
that?
me.
Dodge, circle grenade.
Very good, my lord.
You want to see the clip? Yeah, send that shit over, bro. Alright, what the hell we gotta do? What the hell? Where the hell we gotta go to though? Oh, this way? Hold on, I got you, bro. Because it is a tree. Hold on, this shit big. What the fuck type of car you got, bruh? My man got spikes sticking out that bitch? What the fuck? Bro, what car is this?
All set. All set. All set.
Oh shit.
I'm in a military base. One, two, I'm buying chicken.
Bruh, so hold up. Can they like, once you get into the base, can they like start attacking you and shit? My man said, fuck the gate. This your first time in the base, bruh? Oh shit. So hold up, did they end up chasing you out that bitch, bruh? Yeah. Oh shit. He said, nah, they ain't chase you out, true. You staying on business type shit. Oh no, why you running? Back the fuck up, boy. How you attack? Oh, I got the knife on me.
Intelligence reports multiple swarms closing in.
Direct us to them.
She got auto tune on her shit.
Your Auspex display.
That tank blew up while on the base. Oh shit, for real.
Reloading weapon.
I'm right here, cuz.
My lord, we are preparing an airstrike. Can you hold the enemy in place until it hits?
Consider it done.
Putting his back into the airstrike type shit. Ammo box.
Changing magazine. Leave not one of them standing. Reload.
Yeah, bitch.
Reload.
How much ammo I got left? 18?
Restocking.
Oh shit, that shit froze? Fuck. Damn. When I have 2 caffeine, that's when my chaotic side comes out. Oh, you a caffeine guy. Got you. God damn, that shit crashed on me. Fuck, man. Why the fuck that shit crashed, bro? They don't want me to be great, bruh. I wonder how the Spider-Man 2 looking now. I wonder if that looks any different. try that, man. Hold on, bro. Where the fuck is... Bro. Hold on. What the fuck? Should be here. Hold on. What did you say? My bad, bro. What you say? Yeah, I had 3 Mountain Dews already today. Oh, you a soda guy type shit, type shit. I have another. Oh, you got another clip? Alright, bet. What the fuck is that? A buggy? Damn. Bro, what the fuck? That shit got a ramp on that. That shit got a ramp on it. But what type of physics under the trucks is crazy, bro. What is this, a glitch? What the fuck? Bro, how does this even happen? Oh, I really do got a ramp on the front. What is that, a custom car or some shit, bro? Ramp car from Fast and Furious. Oh, type shit. I ain't gonna lie, I haven't. I've only seen a couple of those movies. I ain't even gonna lie to you. DLS. My main source of caffeine isn't from sodas. Oh, what you like, a coffee drinker, bruh? Hopefully it was because of that. Fucking screen tearing, bruh. Coffee and energy drink formulas. Oh, okay. Would you be fucking with like the monsters and shit, bro? Where you from, bro? It sounded like you had a little bit of an accent. You sound a little exotic, man. This should take a minute to load, goddamn. Heard of G Fuel? Oh yeah, I heard of that. Oh, that's what you be on? Okay, okay, okay. Why does it take so long to load, bro? What the fuck? Bro, what? Usually it has high caffeine up to 140 milligrams. God damn, bro. What if I do a new game? Can I do a new game? No? Let me see how the graphics look now, though. Oh, I think we're good now. Are we? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're better now. I had to update my card. That's what it was. Why didn't you tell me that I had to upgrade my card, bro? That's what it was. What? Why does it keep doing that? I don't want to switch the mouse. Why you can't? You should parkour over that. Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, that was a fail. Bro, swinging around in this game is so freaking fun. Woo! Yes, sir. Oh my god. I don't like how those wind trails are behind me. Can we turn those wind trails off behind me in Spider-Man 2? I don't like that. What is that? How do you use the wingsuit again? Try. Let me see what happens if I turn VSync on. Why is he swinging this way? This shit's so fire, bro. Oh, this like your favorite character. This you ain't it, Spidey? I forgot I'm playing you, bro. Now I'm assuming you're like a fan of the Spider-Man games, bro, or not? Yes, sir. Oh my God. Yeah, sweet. Lost that man. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Ow. Yeah, I am. I got a suit in real life. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I'm about to say, I'm pretty sure you're a big Spider-Man fan just based on the name alone. You have a favorite one in the... You have a favorite game in the series? Like, in terms of the Insomniac Spider-Man games? So, like, 1, Miles Morales, or I guess 2? This is my first time playing, too, bruh. Well, last week was my first time playing, but I haven't played it. You know what I'm trying to say. Like an actual Spider-Man suit tailored. Oh, you got a tailor. Oh, shit. Cuz, okay, you're a big fan type shit. Okay. I see you, bruh. 2 is my favorite. Oh, this is your favorite one? Okay. I'm playing your favorite one type shit. I ain't realized, bro. How do I turn the goddamn... Hair quality. I ain't gonna lie, the web wings, whatever these is, yeah, this is definitely a game changer. 1000%. 1000%, bro. You feel me? I have Spider-Man controller and console covers for the PS5. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You super fan. Yeah, you want them? Hell yeah, bro. Gucci, I don't know if he's still in here, but Gucci, he a big fan too. Spider-Man, hell yeah. I heard he still be wearing like the little kitty, bright red Spider-Man underwear for real. Like the little tight ones. Somebody told me he been wearing them. I don't even know how they got that information, but shit. I low key believe it. He probably be taking like selfies in the mirror with them shits. Somebody hacked his iPhone, his iCloud. Can I use this to like elevate? Yes, sir. I was about to say, can I use that little wind thing to? Woo! Yeah, 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 yeah. Ow. That make a difference? Not really. I got a comic book signed by Meet and Greet Spider-Man in Universal Studio on my birthday a year ago. Damn, for real? Wait, I got a comic book signed by a Meet and Greet Spider-Man. Oh shit! Oh, that's fire, bruh. I've been to Universal Studios a long time ago, bruh. That shit was fire. I ain't gonna lie. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, that was fucked up. Yes, sir. I got a new car in Forza by buying it out. Oh, type shit. What'd you get, bro?
Looks like one of Marco's memory crystals Miles told me about. I should check it out.
Where? Where's it at? Up here?
Thought I'd see you guys again. Sand in my boots and my gloves. This is a nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah.
Time to check out that crystal.
Someone's watching us, Kimia. But I don't want you to worry.
Oh shit.
It's my job.
911 Porsche. Okay. 82 with it.
Who's Kimmy?
Oh, old school shit. Okay, okay, okay. Little Odessa. Oh my gosh. Now I wonder. Let me bring it up on YouTube. I want to listen to some music, but I don't want to get banned on YouTube. So I had to play some. I'm gonna have to play some shit. I'm turning it into Johnny Silverhand's car from Cyberpunk. Oh, you better customize that shit? Type shit, bruh. Hell yeah. Where my shit at? I just want to make sure that I don't get banned, bruh. I'm turning it into Johnny Silverhand's car from Cyberpunk. My voice sound weird as hell. I sound like that in real life for real? Damn. So what can we play here? We can play some ending credits. I hope they don't ban this shit. I gotta keep this shit open. Bro, I never played Cyberpunk. You played that shit before, bro? Yeah, I made his car in heat too. Oh, that's fire, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I'm like too impatient. I mean, I respect people who do shit like that, bro, because I do not have the patience. I swear to God, bro. Swear to God. This the only type of shit I can play without me getting banned on YouTube, dog. They be hating over there. I need a light. It's so stupid, man. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Only type of shit I can listen to for real. I might buy another the same car on Forza and sell it off on auction again. Type shit. Oh, this shit kind of chill. Like upgrading stuff, then sell it off. Yeah, for sure. Shit, man, hell yeah. Get your little hustle on, dog. This shit a little bop though. Hey. Hey. Why this shit kind of fire? Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Hey. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. 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 Yeah. Oh man, it's my shit, bro. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Low key kind of happy I can only listen to this type of shit for real. Hey. Hey. Uh, On me, boy. On me. On me, boy. What the fuck? I thought I was decent. Is that a cardigan? The world watching me and shit. What is this? Oh, this is beautiful. Yeah. What is this? Switch Palace? Is this from a Switch game? Oh, Richard Gibson, my man. Yeah, he finna put everything out there. Goddamn, music fire. Hell yeah, bro. I think I put on some Ape Escape shit, and they just started like a little playlist. This shit hard though. It sound like an Ape Escape variant. What's his name? Sochi Terada. Giving Mega Man Sonic type vibe. Yeah, bruh. I be fucking with like this era of music. What they call it? Ketone 16-bit era, whatever it is. Yeah. With Ape Escape backtrack. Yeah, for sure, bruh. I forget, yeah, you be fucking with this shit too. I forgot, bro. This shit hard. Hey. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't even gonna hold you. Yeah. We gonna have to say this one. I ain't even gonna cap. That's going in the fire playlist. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Hey. My bad, I ain't make it to the cookout, bruh. I was gonna come before I got my hair cut, but then I ain't gonna lie, I ended up like cleaning up and doing laundry and shit. And then by the time I got back after the cut, it was a little late. Barber took forever because they was getting lit. They was getting lit at the shop for 4th. Oh, what is this? I've heard this before. Oh, Ridge Racer. Yo, Diallo used to love this game. Oh, somebody remade this shit in Fruity Loops? So you gotta send that fax. Oh, the last one? Oh yeah, I got you, bro. That shit was hard, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna send it to you. Or just remind me if I forget. I should do it right now before I forget. I can't, I'm streaming on YouTube. Well, you already know I'm streaming on YouTube. So I can't even listen to regular music. They finna ban me. I already got 2 strikes for that shit, for real. I'm definitely not trying to put my YouTube at risk. So I gotta listen to shit like this, but like low key this shit a vibe. I'm like, I'm kinda glad I gotta listen to this shit. Why are these saved? Where my playlist at? Is that for real? Yeah, bro. Where my why man? I ain't what? Why are we in downloads, bro? Hey. How do React channels do it? Shit. If you notice, a lot of times that shit be broken up and they be talking a lot. So like, cause you know I got a couple react. I got some reactions to like real songs. So sometimes it's weird how the YouTube little algorithm work, or the whatever it is, the thing that determines if it's if it can go up or not is weird. I don't know. But yeah, a lot of times if you like if you talking a lot in between, you got a lot of breaks in between that shit, you can usually like edit it to a point where you can get it up. But a lot of times you'll see them like they'll say like, yeah, I couldn't put this video up because of whoop de whoop or whatever. Because sometimes YouTube just not fucking with it for real. Oh man. What is this? All Ape Escape? I ain't gonna lie, this one was chill.
There are no bad guys, just disturbed guys.
Streets of Rage. Fuck is this shit? Which one is this? I forgot about this one. Yeah, this one was super hard too. Them drums are so aggressive. God damn. That's what it is. Them fucking drum and bass be hitting. Oh, my man switched over. Y'all see that new mech game? Oh, what is it? The Mecha Break or some shit? Yeah, I feel like I did see oh, I forgot about a breakdown. Hey. Yeah, I feel like I did see some shit about it. Hold on. I feel like it looked pretty cool. Something like that movement of combat looks fire. Yeah. I feel like it kind of remind me of that Gundam Versus game I was playing a while back. That was my shit, man. I ain't gonna lie. Gundam Versus, boy. If I ever did get into like competitive gaming, man, I would get into some shit like that. I feel like, man, yeah, that shit's fire.
Mecha has been an underrated yet incredibly formative part of my life. The far future yet grounded scenarios of Mobile Suit Gundam, not to mention all of the sequels and spin-offs like Gundam 00, Iron-Blooded Orphans, The Witch from Mercury, etc. The bombastic drama and twists of Code Geass, the over-the-top action and heart of Gurren Lagann. The anime sphere is simply rife with incredible stories and, above all else, robots, nightmare frames, mobile suits, etc., beating the tar out of each other. Mecha Break attempts to channel all of those disparate franchises, at least in terms of design. The almost non-existent narrative offers little more than setup for a free-to-play competitive shooter with no shortage of objective-based modes, hero shooter elements, and of course, an extraction mode. Its anime-inspired strikers will certainly fulfill the fantasies of piloting your favorite mecha, pretending that you're a new type handling Trans Am or a pilot deftly weaving between separate forms, even if it could use some further fine-tuning. Even with all of the mecha media that I've consumed,
There's no CV.
I don't think
Oh,
there's
6
ever
versus
been a
6?
setup as blatantly disposable and forgettable as Mecha Break. The actual setting, cliched as it sounds, with elements like the catastrophe, the mysterious organization Shadow, and the magical MacGuffin Korite, which is actually poisoning the world. The whole race against time premise versus those following the Korite's call is simply a means to explain why two different teams of players are fighting against each other. And I would be fine with that if it imbued a little more soul into the game. You create a pilot from a decent set of customization tools, embark on the tutorial, and join Shadow, but you're ultimately irrelevant, even despite developer Amazing CSUN's goal to make it feel like you're more than just a mech. They'll spout the same lines about sneaking into the backline if you're playing as an ambush striker, or telling an executed opponent to back off. No banter or chatter in combat. At least HQ is nice enough to give you a mission briefing and then let me mute them whenever I've heard it one too many times. Such an approach could have primed the strikers to have unique voice lines and personalities, a la to Titan OS voices from the Titanfall series, but alas. On the bright side, Mecha Break does bring the ambiance and immersion in many other important ways, including the actual piloting of the strikers. Everything from the liftoff sequences to the fly-in ads to the fantasy, and some even have unique entrances, like starting underwater on a slowly rising elevator, which you can boost out of manually. Even the heads-up display strikes a fine balance between busy, as they should be, yet clean and clear-cut. And though the inspirations for some of the strikers are obvious, one clearly Gundam-coded, and Skyraider brings Macross to mind, they each have a distinct feel. Much of this boils down to the granular specs like energy regeneration, defenses against various types of damage, fluid armor regeneration rate, mobility, handling, and much more. You'll feel the heft of trying to get Stego into air versus the sleekness of Falcon or even Stellaris. I also appreciate how Striker's kit, despite slotting into
This
a
shit,
specific category,
crossplay?
support, attackers, flankers, defenders, brings something notable to the table, though the viability of some can be argued. Falcon's ability to pounce on and hound snipers is fantastic. But if you prefer a more generalist playstyle, Aleseus offers strong ranged and melee capabilities alongside an airdrop kit to rearm once its armor and shield have been destroyed. Though it can be very fast-paced, Mecha Break's energy system brings some strategy to the mix. You can fly, dash, and boost through the air as long as your energy lasts, but once it runs out, hitting the ground is a must to recharge. Some strikers have the benefit of remaining airborne for much longer. Others are practically built for sticking to and maximizing the benefits of terrain.
It's coming to
Engaging
PS5
targets
later
and
type
having
shit.
enough wherewithal to retreat, using the environment to recover energy while getting ready to go airborne again is vital and can be as fun as it is frustrating when completely dry, awkwardly shuffling away as your fluid armor tanks the hits. As diverse and unique as Strikers feels, some balance issues need to be worked out. Ultra-heavy defenders like Stego can feel a little too difficult to take down than perhaps
I have a
intended.
PC.
Though, yes, ultra-heavy
Oh
defender
yeah,
is
nah.
literally
I was
the
just
name.
thinking.
However, a decent
I was just
player
thinking it
can
was
turtle,
for PlayStation for
reposition,
whatever
and
reason. I
unleash
don't know why.
highly
I guess
damaging
because I was
shots
thinking
at a
about
consistent
Gundam.
rate while staying alive. I also really like the playstyle for Stellaris. Cloaking and stalking other strikers before pouncing is fun in theory, but a chore with how excessive the energy demands can be for such a melee and mobility-focused frame.
I mean, it's free shit.
The iffy melee hit registration also did not help, though it
feel
may
me?
have also been lag in some cases. Some units like Sky Raider could use a buff. Its area of denial is only really helpful in theory. Each map in Operation Verge offers a unique objective. Whether it's capturing and holding zones, delivering keys to a rocket launch or a payload race, which feels oddly more about capturing terminals than actually escorting, you also may partake in a straightforward deathmatch where the first team to reach 8 kills wins the round in a best 2 out of 3. The various elevations and structures also lend a different flavor to fights, whether you're fighting out in the open or scrapping in a close-knit hangar. While there have also been some neat visual sights, very few felt really organic, even with dust storms rolling in or water levels rising and submerging an objective.
True.
It's enough that they're well designed, but I wanted something more, even if it was a slightly higher skybox to avoid the annoying alerts about leaving the battlefield. Aside from 6v6 battles, there's Ace Arena, where 2 teams of 3 battle it out in a first to 8 kills, single round match. I actually had more fun with this than I thought, especially since you can switch out strikers to adjust the enemy's strategy. Its maps are smaller and once again well
see where I
designed,
can get a
including
lighter,
one where
bro.
engines would ignite and wall off areas with flame. Matchmake is the third and final mode, offering a PvE-VP extraction gameplay loop. The overarching map isn't
Extraction.
too shabby, though once again, the struggle to point out any distinct locations is real. At least there are several points of interest, enemy types, and objectives to pursue, whether you're destroying Korite extractors, dodging storms, or engaging with fleets. I mostly engaged in free-for-all. Matchmaking times for co-op were excessively long, and even if I can see it shining primarily with a team, it still offers this fun, looter-like loop of amassing a collection of mods, weapons, and ammo, and slowly getting stronger. Equipping a Gatling gun and charged shot launcher to unload on enemies also felt great, though beware, there's also a bigger striker out there, ready to 3-shot you. And while you can redeploy a limited number of times, once they take your loot, it's gone. Though acquiring cargo rockets to send loot back to base or setting your own extraction beacon can somewhat alleviate this. Being able to research better items, including gliders for some added firepower, also provides something to work towards, even if you need to locate
Shit, you
separate
get
pieces
you
of the
you work
battlefield.
tomorrow, bro?
There are multiple strikers available from the get-go, but newcomers Solaris and Serenith must be unlocked with mission tokens. You'll get these
Should I
through
just get
completing
them 3
matches
then?
and missions as
feel me?
specific strikers, which are like
I just get
bounties,
them 3,
or
shit.
Ace Conquest, which seems to be an introductory pass of sorts. With the new strikers costing 15,000 mission tokens to unlock, the progression may need a bit of fine-tuning to ensure that free players aren't grinding for too long to unlock a single new unit.
Are you out tomorrow
The
too?
Matrix
Alright, bet about to say I
Marketplace
took out
and
tomorrow.
Ace
I ain't gonna lie.
recruitment with pilots and unique variants of existing strikers
I ain't
costing
gonna
real money
lie.
also feels a little iffy. but we'll only see how the
Why
former
these
shakes out
strawberries?
after launch.
Goddamn.
Features like a recruitment page for finding teams or customizing your pilot's
Blackberries.
gestures
Goddamn.
during
I'm about to get
executions
some
are
cantaloupe in
pretty
this
cool.
bitch. Hell yeah.
Mecha Break may not necessarily shake the foundations of competitive shooters, but it does offer something that very few can with its fast-paced mecha combat. There may be several areas
Oh,
to
7
improve,
decent.
but it's a strong start and a solid foundation that will hopefully come into its own sooner than later. And
That ain't
that'll be
bad at
about
all.
it for this one.
You work
If
tomorrow?
you guys like what we're doing at Gaming
Nah, I
Break,
just said I'm
please
off,
subscribe
man.
to our channel.
Did I say that? Maybe I thought I said it. My bad. I didn't mean to be that aggressive. I probably thought I said, yeah, nah, I took off tomorrow too. I ain't gonna lie. Not even gonna lie. I said, fuck it, man. What the?
It's time to fight.
This joint out of delay. Oh, yeah, my bad. I ain't even thinking about that. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I could have just started for real,
Ready to
though.
punch, kick, and
I be
combo
doing that
your way through a
sometimes. This
tidal
shit look
wave
like
of
that
chaos.
seafood game that came out.
2025 is shaping up to be a golden year for beat-em-up fans, with an electrifying lineup that blends old-school brawling with wild modern twists. We're talking about time-traveling rebels to revenge-driven vigilantes and even mech-piloting animals. These games are serving up pixelated pain and cinematic carnage like never before.
Type shit.
Solo showdowns or co-op carnage. There's something on this list to crack knuckles over. So gear up, grab your favorite controller, and let's dive into 15 of the best upcoming beat-em-up games.
True.
Feel the dragon's wrath! Insatria TK!
Double Dragon Revive.
I heard of this.
The streets will erupt once again in glorious chaos when a pair of legendary brothers step back into their high-top boots for a beatdown revival like no other. This time, fists will
I
do
asked me
anything
respawn
for you.
like 30,
Nostalgia
60
will punch
seconds
you
later.
straight
Oh,
in
my
the face
bad, bro.
too. You'll strut
I ain't
through
know it was that
beautifully
bad, my
revamped
bad.
alleyways, neon-lit rooftops, and grungy backlots, all recreated with modern 3D visuals that still tip their bandana to the 80s
I don't think I ever
arcade
actually
flair.
played the original
But
Double
don't let the
Dragon. I
slick
know
coat
about
of
it,
paint
but
fool you.
I ain't gonna
Underneath
lie. I
lies
don't
the
think I
raw,
ever got down.
belt-scrolling brawling that'll make your thumbs sweat
Yeah.
like it's 1987 again. Baseball bats, crates, knives, every level will be a buffet of street tools. for
Oh, they got
maximum
cherries? So
smash
we gotta get some cherries, bro.
Enemy AI will evolve too.
Hell
with patterns
yeah.
that keep you guessing, not yawning. And the best part, you'll
2
get to
pounds?
pre-order this chaos-fueled package
No,
to
we
snag
do 1
bonus
pound now.
content, like a whole dodgeball side
At
game
1.7.
and some very slick
1.5, yeah.
color costumes. Dropping on October 23rd, 2025.
$4.
This is your official invite back to the brawl. Pack your knuckle dusters.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely need some deodorant. I was about to forget that shit, bro.
Marvel Cosmic Invasion. The galaxy's in flames. The annihilation wave is crashing through reality.
I'm probably
and your
exaggerating.
favorite heroes are ready to punch their way
Shit,
across
nah, I
dimensions
believe you. I
in
think
a
somebody
pixel-powered
said
explosion
you're not
of
the first
fists,
person to say this
quips,
has been a
and
delay
cosmic
before.
chaos.
I ain't gonna lie.
This interstellar brawler will toss you from Hell's Kitchen
Double Dragon
to
was
the
dope.
negative zone.
Yeah, I know it's like a
faster than
classic and
Spider-Man
shit. I don't
can
know why I
save
never played
Bad
it.
Neighborhood, with a roster packed
I
tighter
think I
than
might
the collector's
try
trophy.
this shit out. I ain't gonna
Whether
lie.
you're swinging through the stars as Peter Parker or slicing through bug monsters with Wolverine, every level will feel like a playable comic book splash.
Check
pad,
out the cheeks.
just way more punchable. Gameplay will center around the cosmic swap system,
Oh, yeah, she thick as hell.
letting you instantly tag between two selected heroes for seamless team combos and epic super moves. Want to pair Captain America with Phyla Vel? Go for it. Wolverine and Nova? Absolutely unhinged.
Never even heard of
Each
Nova.
hero will bring their own style, from ranged photon blasts to crowd-clearing berserker barrages.
My man Venom
encouraging
licking
strategic
people.
mashups that feel like a fantasy draft gone right. And yes, whether you're couch co-oping or fighting online, the drop-in/drop-out design will keep the action flowing smoother than the Silver Surfer on a caffeine rush. Landing sometime in 2025, this will be the multiversal beat-em-up fans didn't even know they needed.
Redline has a
Yeah,
combat
that shit probably
AI.
gonna be fire, I ain't
To
gonna
warn you
lie.
that pressing the wrong floor may lead to unexpected consequences.
Who the fuck are you?
Alright, what we getting, man?
Spine. When a rogue street artist teams up with a sentient spinal implant to throw fists,
I got the
bullets,
lighters, I
and
got the-
stylish rebellion in a neon-drenched dystopia, you know things are about to get violently poetic. In this
Yeah.
upcoming cyberpunk gut punch of a game, you'll be handed the keys to a
Cantaloupe,
cinematic
sparkling
beat-em-up
water,
gun fu ballet, where every
cherries.
step, slide, and shootout is choreographed like you're starring in a blockbuster that never lets up. But make no mistake, this ain't just eye candy. It's jaw-breaking, slow-mo infused, high-stakes mayhem where style is survival. You'll dive into combat that blends melee brawling and up-close gunfire into a seamless experience thanks to an innovative combat camera that swings, zooms, and pivots with cinematic flair. Redline, your playable protagonist, will chain parkour, punches, and pistol shots with the help of Spine, her extremely opinionated
little
AI
janky.
implant that adds sass and tactical genius to every encounter. From sterile megacorp towers to rain-soaked
She's thick, though.
alleyways pulsing with rebellion, the world will be as reactive as the fists you throw. Choices
I
will
like it.
ripple across the city, and the duo's bond will grow with every splattered goon. Coming in late 2025, this is the cyberpunk beatdown opera you never knew.
Blackberries,
any
we
rebel
need
needed.
them.
Absalom. The magical world has cracked like a cheap goblet at a wizard frat party, and now the only way to fix it is by punching evil directly in the crown. Welcome to a fantasy brawler that takes your childhood love of pixel beatdowns and spikes
This
it
is
with
pretty cool.
roguelite chaos, enchanted blunderbusses, and a revolution led by angry necromancers, dwarves with trauma, and one seriously lost soul looking for itself. This isn't just about cleaning up the streets, it's about burning down the whole throne room of tyranny with spellfire and fists. You'll roam across the shattered world of Talam, choosing your path through enemy-infested ruins, corrupted forests, and magical war zones. Combat will demand brains and brute force, mixing meaty combo chains with sorcery-fueled special moves that reward precise timing and tactical creativity. Expect a rogue-like twist where each run
That joint
reshuffles your
co-op?
enemies, items,
Shit,
and encounters,
I would
making
assume.
no rebellion the same twice. And with local and online co-op,
There you
can
go.
share the rebellion with a buddy or two, because nothing says down with the sun.
This
kill
shit look kinda
like
fire.
synchronized
I ain't
elemental
gonna lie to
beatdowns.
you.
With a launch
I like
set
the
for
art style.
2025, this will be the uprising that finally gives you a reason
That's why I
to
love
chant
PC. I
magic
mean, that's why I love the
rules
indie
while
game
throwing
scene. You'll get
haymakers.
shit like this. That shit is fire. I'll get it if you down. Shit, yeah, I'll probably try that shit out. Hell
Wah,
yeah.
wah, boom. Earth's been trashed. The AI uprising is in full swing, and high school is officially cancelled because the only thing standing between humanity and total robotic domination is 4 cyber ninja cheerleaders with sass, swords, and seriously explosive combos. This is what happens when you mash side-scrolling beat-em-up
What was the
chaos
name?
with shoot-em-up
Shit, that's a good question. I ain't
sprinkle in
gonna
Saturday
lie.
morning cartoon energy.
I guess
and
that would be important information, huh? Absalom. Let me Absalom.
Rage 4 developer Guard Crush Games is once again partnering.
Oh, they did gear. They did
This time though,
They did the last
for very long.
They did the last Streets of Rage. Let me just take a screenshot.
Absalom is a roguelite side-scrolling beat-em-up action RPG designed for, in the developer's words, quote, deep replayability with branching paths to explore, quests, characters, and challenging bosses. So far, I can attest to all of those things being true. It's an absolutely gorgeous fantasy romp with multiple player classes. I got to try out the tanky dwarf-like Carl and the lanky rangerish sword-wielding Galandra.
You'll roam across the shattered world of Talam, choosing your path through enemy-infested ruins, corrupted forests, and magical war zones. Boom. Earth's been trashed. The AI uprising is in full swing, and high school is officially cancelled because the only thing standing between humanity and total robotic domination is 4 cyber ninja cheerleaders with sass, swords, and seriously explosive combos. This is what happens when you mash side-scrolling, beat-em-up chaos with shoot-em-up madness, sprinkle in Saturday morning cartoon energy, and crank the style dial to 11. And let's be honest, what's cooler than V, Cider, Iris, and Ren flipping through air while launching photon-charged pom-pom punches? The unique lane-based movement system will give fights a tactical twist, because when laser beams are flying and mechs are exploding, dodging like a dance ninja is key. You'll gather scrap to level up your squad, unlocking new attacks, flashy combos, and vibe-matching outfits. 9 wild levels will take you through sewers, swamps, and even malfunctioning theme parks, all drawn in bold, animated art that feels like a comic book exploded in your console. Releasing in August 2025, this one's ready to bring friendship, fury, and firepower to your beat-em-up cravings.
They left me with nothing. No justice, no peace, just names on the wall. The hunt isn't over. Not until I kill them all.
Acts of blood.
Acts of blood.
Revenge isn't just a dish best served cold. It's served with broken noses, shattered furniture, and a body count.
This looked like
blood-soaked, bone-breaking, beat-em-up revenge tale set in the criminal underbelly of Bandung. After watching his family fall to the machinations of his father's corrupt rival, law student Hendra decides that justice doesn't wear a robe. It wears bruised knuckles, a switchblade, and maybe a leather jacket. Welcome to the kind of game where legal loopholes are replaced with flying knees, and justice is one headshot away. You'll stomp through alleys, mansions, and corporate dens of evil in brutal hand-to-hand
That's kind of cool.
that doesn't pull punches. Every brawl will explode with impact, thanks to dynamic animations, gory finishes, and destructible environments.
This is kind of cool.
Chairs, tables, and shattered glass into impromptu instruments of pain. Weapon variety will keep things spicy, from savage melee toys to bang bang fire.
I like the
all used with stylish flair. And when the fists aren't flying, Hendra will vault, leap, and climb his way through parkour sequences that make every encounter feel
man.
Without customization to suit your flavor of vengeance, and a mature story
and he got that shit on
and carnage. This 2025 release is not for the faint of heart, but perfect for those who crave justice.
He got the Prada boots. Yeah. I'm definitely probably gonna try that shit. I ain't even gonna lie, bro.
Detained too good for school.
What was that shit called?
Ringing, but class is in session for street justice, not algebra.
Bet.
You'll step into the steel-toed boots of a freshly released delinquent, ready to turn Swinster City into a personal playground of payback, poor choices, and perfectly executed beatdowns. With revenge burning hotter than cafeteria chili, forget detention. It's about domination. The man who murdered your brother runs this town, but you've got fists, fury, and a dangerously flexible moral compass on your side. Gameplay will toss you into a gritty sandbox where earning XP can come from sparring at the gym, crafting deadly weapons from scrap, or passing high school classes in science, combat, and street smarts. Want to go full chaos gremlin? Smash ATMs, start bar fights, and flip off the police, but be prepared to run. Swinster is alive with day-night cycles, secret alleys, and neon-lit corners dripping with danger and opportunity. Recruit classmates, build relationships, or
Be
more
good?
than
Yeah, that'd be good,
relationships,
man. That'd be good.
and shape your story
Oh,
by either
Onions, right?
saving the city
Yeah,
or
Onions.
dragging it into glorious anarchy. Coming sometime in 2025, this wild fusion of River City heat and Yakuza-style chaos will make truancy look like a public service. City of Rampage. Comic panels will bleed, fists will fly, and retro rage will be reborn in this 2D throwback brawler that punches nostalgia in the jaw and then drop kicks it into a flaming trash can. A gritty love letter to Sega classics, this game won't just pay homage. It'll suplex your memories, scribble over them with stylish hand-drawn mayhem, and throw in a
Sign up
bass-pumping
for
soundtrack
Food
that
Lion.
sounds like it
I
was
can't even say
stolen
that
from
shit
a
right.
90s arcade on fire.
Sign
You'll
up for
storm
Food
through
Lion.
side-scrolling
What the? Why can't I say
cityscapes
Food Lion,
that feel
bro?
ripped from the pages of a graphic
Am I stupid?
novel, battling waves of goons
Sign up for
who hit
Food
hard and hit
Lion
often. The
card.
advanced mechanics will demand perfectly timed parries, combo mastery, and environmental awareness, all while bosses twice your size try to flatten you into sidewalk art. Each level will throw new challenges, new enemy types, and new comic-style set pieces that keep every minute explosive. Whether it's back alley brawls or rooftop showdowns, every stage will deliver full throttle action layered with old-school flair and modern edge. Launching sometime in 2025, this one's ready to ink your name into beat-em-up history, with blood, sweat, and the occasional flying knee to the skull.
Some old school arcade looking shit.
Corn City Brawl. The streets takes 4 hard-nosed misfits, a feral wolf, and a criminal empire dumb enough to cross them. In this pixelated throwdown, built like it just escaped from a 1991 arcade machine, you'll slam, suplex, and riot your way across a city that's not just fallen, it's begging to be broken apart. With hand-drawn pixel art, chunkier than a VHS tape, and cutscenes juicier than an action movie marathon, every punch will land with retro power and modern flair. You'll get to choose between 4 distinct characters, each with their own brutal movesets, while also tag teaming with your trusty wolf sidekick, who's always ready to sink teeth into trouble. 8 stages packed with chaos, from graffiti-tagged alleyways to colourful meat markets, will challenge you to bring the pain with pipes, knives, chainsaws, and even flying oil drums. This Q3 2025 release is locked and loaded to restore order the old-fashioned way, one beatdown at a time. Terrifier, the arcade game. Lights, camera, carnage. It's showtime. And the star of this retro gore-fest isn't here for an Oscar. He's here to saw, slice, and smash his way through movie sets like they're made of meat. In this pixel-perfect tribute to the blood-soaked chaos of Terrifier, you'll play as the silent, smiling slasher himself, Art the Clown, and every level is a backstage pass to mayhem. But instead of sticking to the script, you'll be tearing it up, along with every extra grip and crew member dumb enough to stand in your way. You'll wield everything from meat cleavers to chainsaws, turning
sign up for the thing, man.
into your personal butcher shop. Expect stage variety galore, with branching paths, over-the-top boss fights, and 6 different game modes to keep the blood flowing and the pixels screaming. Local co-op chaos lets up to 4 players either join forces
how
or
did
descend
MVP?
into slapstick betrayal, all backed by a glorious chiptune soundtrack that sounds like an NES died screaming. Launching sometime in 2025, this twisted love letter to horror and arcade games will be the most fun you'll have without a rating board approval. Honk honk.
My bad, bro.
Art's got work to do.
Order some groceries and whatnot, man.
Dicey Crime, a failed lab experiment whose mission is to clear the streets of underworld crime. Unlock Dicey's many abilities.
Dicey Crime Traveler of Time. Time travel just got way less scientific and way more punchy. Instead of polishing your flux capacitor, you'll be slamming your fists into cavemen, pirates, cyberpunks, and probably a few mutants wearing sunglasses indoors. This off-the-rails beat-em-up takes side-scrolling chaos and straps a jetpack to it, launching you and your ragtag gang of sarcastic time travelers into 12 global regions, from prehistoric dirt patches to neon-soaked, chrome-plated futures where everything beeps angrily. You'll choose from 3 main heroes, Dicey, Kane Beast, and Hina, and smash your way through hand-drawn madness, backed by a soundtrack that sounds like someone let a marching band loose in a power tool factory. Combat will be stacked with infinite combos, deadly special attacks, and an arsenal of absurd weapons that make every punchline hit just as hard as your actual punches. Whether you're going solo, dragging friends into couch co-op,
Food Lion MVP program
across timelines, the wild humor and pop culture jabs will keep you grinning between uppercuts. Packed with DLC fighters, unlockable skills, sarcastic dialogues, and enough 2D animation to make animators weep with joy, this TBA 2025 gem will prove that justice has no era and absolutely no chill.
That's great.
Breeze in the clouds. The world's fate will rest on 4 stubby legs, 1 wagging tail, and a corgi who can conjure tornadoes with a sneeze. In this hand-drawn elemental beat-em-up, you'll channel the fury of the skies as Breeze, a fluffy good boy turned furry force of nature. 1 minute he's chasing tennis balls, the next he's battling pollution-spewing hyenas and bureaucracy-loving weather gods in a city where every animal controls a storm and every boss fight feels like Mother Nature's throwing a tantrum. You'll dash, slash, zap, and transform through multiple biomes, each ruled by bosses who don't just fight, they forecast doom. You'll call in support creatures, manipulate the weather mid-fight, and even solve climate chaos with jazz-fueled rhythm. Yes, the soundtrack slaps harder than a thunderclap, blending samba, swing, and smooth grooves as you sky-hop across Tropolis. Releasing sometime in 2025, this game will be the definitive answer to who's a good boy? It's Breeze. He's going to punch a thundercloud in the face to save the planet, and we're all here for it.
Like, ladies.
Mad King Redemption. Sanity snapped like a brittle crown, and now the only way to fix the kingdom is to beat the madness out of it, one cursed corridor at a time. In this twisted tale of love, loss, and limbs flying everywhere, you'll rally a team of sinners turned saviours in a brooding brawler where redemption is earned the old-fashioned way, through fists, fury, and a few well-timed special moves. The Mad King tried to cheat death and resurrect his queen, but all he got was eternal chaos, a throne of bones, and a date with your entire angry brotherhood. You'll choose from 4 flawed heroes, each with a sin-soaked past, distinct fighting styles, and stats that can shift how you battle. Dish out slow, brutal blows or dart through shadows. The key is teamwork, even if you're playing solo. Damage to the Mad King carries across runs, meaning victory comes through clever persistence, skillful upgrades, and maybe a little divine intervention. With unlockable artifacts, new moves, and a creeping sense of dread wrapped in retro-styled combat, this TBA 2025 release will turn your quest for salvation into a gorgeous, gory grind for glory.
Hey.
Underling Uprising. When a deranged scientist turns you into a half-lizard, half-cyber gorilla with jet legs and unresolved daddy-ish, you don't call a lawyer, you start an uprising. This beat-em-up extravaganza throws you headfirst into a neon-splattered love letter to 90s cartoons, where every frame screams Saturday morning, but every combo slaps like a Friday night fight club. You'll join the Underlings, a team of weirdos with wildly unique powers, on a globe-trotting, mech-mounting, boss-smashing revenge tour to punch your creator's PhD right off his wall. The open-ended combo system lets you string together ridiculous juggles, air cancels, supers, and mid-fight creativity with enough flash to blind your enemies, and probably your friends. You'll master deep mechanics like super armor, double jumps, and hovering across 7 jam-packed stages that escalate from city brawls to interstellar chaos.
A$AP
Mounts like
Rocky
space
deleted
pods
his
and mech
video.
suits will shake up the flow, while Versus Mode adds that chaotic, accidentally uppercut your friend. Whether you're chasing high scores or just beating up science with science, this 2026 release will give you all the tools and tentacle you need to make this uprising your masterpiece. Mechanimals. The world's gone full diesel punk dystopia. The skies are choked with smoke, and every corner of the map is swarming with robotic foot soldiers powered by corporate greed. And who's going to save the day? A squad of tiny, adorable woodland critters in heavily armed mechs, obviously. This isn't your grandma's Saturday morning cartoon. It's Hades meets Kung Fu Panda with a splash of, no, seriously, I can't believe this isn't a movie yet. You'll play as the furriest freedom fighters in gaming, switching between squishy pilot mode and hulking upgradable mechs to smash Croc Inc. into scrap metal. As you complete each chaotic run, you'll unlock new mechs, each with totally different playstyles like ninja dashers, long-range snipers, and fortress-sized brutes. Between missions, you'll return to your mobile train base, because why not, to prep for the next wild showdown. Whether going solo, bringing in NPC allies, or teaming up with real-life friends for couch co-op and PvP, every match will be a toy box of mayhem. No release date yet, but when Mechanimals finally rolls in, you'll be ready to save the planet with lasers, pores, and renewable steam energy. And there you have it, 15 bone-crushing, boss-smashing, combo-stacking brawlers that will turn 2025 into the ultimate throwdown year.
True.
Even if you're a pixel purist, a 3D chaos lover, or just in it for the wild stories and sweet soundtrack drops, these beat-em-ups are ready to throw hands in the best way possible. From classic revivals to bold new IPs, this genre's far from down for the count. Which one are you most hyped for? Let us know. And don't forget to keep that health bar high and your fists flying. The streets are calling, and the fight is far from over.
What do I want to play, man? I don't know. Maybe some Spyro. Maybe, man. Sure, man. Let's do some Spyro, bro. Why the fuck not, man? Damn, my shit. Let me delete some shit, bro. For real. What is this? I don't know what this is. Shut the fuck up. What? Nigga ugly as fuck. What we doing here? We didn't get everything? That way? Up top with it? Oh shit. This way? How I get over there? Huh? How I get over there, bruh? I haven't been here yet. Type shit. Final Fantasy head ass. Damn, how are you still magical? Damn, how I take them out though? I gotta figure out a way to take them out. What the hell? Okay, okay. Got that dragon wrist. Type shit. Yeah, strong as fuck, boy. Hold on. I gotta go talk to my girl again. Hold on. Shorty. Yeah. Yeah. Appreciate that. Yeah. Oh shit. I'm dying. I need a creature. Oh, I gotta go get. I'll be right back. Oh, fast. Yeah. Yes, sir. Get it, man. Oh, I gotta use it to get that too. Damn. Ain't no other fairy around this bit.
Hey, Spyro. All dragons know there's magic in a fairy's kiss. See what it can do to your power of flame.
Damn. I go all the way back for real? Type shit. Hold on, man. They got salad there? Go fast, bro. What was I looking for, bro? Damn, I forgot. Salad. What that is? No, I got this lettuce, bro. Nah. Green leaf lettuce. So I can do this type shit. Oh hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For sure.
Runway murderer. I'm a fashion killer. I'm a fashion killer. I'm a fashion killer. Hot fashion smoking blunts while I'm fashion killer. Hot fashion smoking blunts while I'm dripped down in Lewis. Assassin with this fashion just like a picture of Buddhist. So you my whole hood, you know the whips is the newest. I be dripping in these fists, they make them bitches wanna do us. Who us? Chopper one suit. Runway murderer. I'm a fashion killer. I'm a fashion killer. I'm a fashion killer. Hot fashion smoking blunts while I'm fashion killer. Hot fashion smoking blunts while I'm dripped down in Lewis. Assassin with this fashion just like a picture of Buddhist. So you my whole hood, you know the whips is the newest. I be dripping in these fists, they make them bitches wanna do us. Who us? Chopper one suit kid. Runway murderer. I'm a fashion killer.
Okay, Pool, it's given. I ain't expect all these goddamn kids to be out here.
Okay, they asked me. I said, do you have questions for Mark?
Oh, shit. Like, sexually?
Oh, what's your number? Like, I want to take you to dinner. And in my head, I'm like, you want me to be honest? Please, no!
on your team. What did I miss when I was looking at y'all and cooking with y'all and giving out verses and
Shawty, get in. What is you doing? Come on. Like, are you serious? This side stink. Come on, stink. What we about to do? What you mean what we about to do? I'm dressed up. We not about to go out? Hello? Hey, what's up, huh? I'm on the way, baby. Yeah. Hey, come the fuck on, man. So what we about to do today?
Well, aren't you gonna take my hoodie?
No, it's basically summer. I don't need it.
Shit, okay.
Is that your hoodie?
Of course it's hoodie. It's your hoodie, right? Oh, that's your hoodie, right?
Are you sure?
I ain't gonna lie, y'all nigga, you crispy as hell. Who is your barber? Who is your barber? Who is your barber? I ain't gonna lie, y'all nigga, you.
The reason why they keep gatekeeping how to get the soft girl lifestyle on private jets and planes and fucking fake Birkins or real Birkins, whatever, is because they're willing to do something strange, bitch. Enjoy your PTO, enjoy your holiday. The reason why they keep gatekeeping how to get the soft girl lifestyle on private jets and planes and fucking fake Birkins or real Birkins, whatever, is because they're willing to do something strange, bitch. Enjoy your PTO, enjoy your holiday. The reason why they keep gatekeeping how to get the soft girl lifestyle on private jets and planes and fucking fake Birkins or real Birkins, whatever, is because they're willing to do.
Oh damn! Now I gotta get it again, shorty. might be another one over there, Lokito. Yeah, it's gotta be another one over there. Bitch. Oh damn, maybe it ain't. That's crazy if it ain't. Damn. Type shit. Okay. Lego. I don't think I made this one. I made it? Type shit. Oh, he do got rings in him. I gotta kill him? Oh, this is horrible. This is horrible. So I hit the one dude. Wow. Wow. I'm about to say this one not even worth it for real. No bat. Hell nah. Hell nah. Hell nah. Yeah. fuck? Hold on, bro. Let me get some cherries or something, bro. Hold on. shit. Oh, this shit hard though. She opened that door for real. Hey, hey. Oh, that shit slapping for sure. Hey, 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 hey. I'm so confused, bro. Let's do them. The show. fuck is this? Yeah. This shit hard, bro. Hey, 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 hey. What is this? Oh. that too. True. What? Hey. Yeah. Classic shit. Now I want to play Melee. Now I want to play Melee. Now I want to play Melee. Why am I at this level, bro? What's the volume, man? What the fudge? Oh no! Got clapped. Bitch. Oh my, oh, she saved me, low-key. Bitch. Oh, she smacked the fuck out of me. Bitch. Oh, bitch whore. Yeah. 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 Bitch, let's go. Yes. Bitch. Oh, you still alive type shit. Yes. Yeah. Do. From the depths of space, a girl named Crystal searches from the truth of her parents' death. Find herself with the lost corner. What the fuck? Type shit. Fucking language that is. What's going on here, man? I gotta fight that? Where I gotta aim at? Am I aiming at that? Bro, what the fuck? Let me change the camera real quick, bro. Put that shit down here, bro. Oh shit, my bad, Dread. Bro, I got the chat open I got the chat open on my phone, but that shit not even. I swear the app on my phone don't be. Nothing came through my phone. That's fucking crazy, bro. What's up, Liddy? I may have fucked my life over. Oh shit, what happened, bro? My bad, bro. My phone crashed out. Oh no, you good, bro? I didn't even know. Like I said, I got the chat open on my phone, but that shit didn't even show any of this shit, bro. By I enlisted in the Marine Corps. Oh shit, for real, bro? I didn't even know you was thinking about doing some military shit, bro. Type shit. You shit. When you graduate? Where the hell we gotta go do infantry type shit? I don't know anything about the Marines, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Infantry, what's that, like front line type shit? I don't even know, bro. I graduate this coming school year when I'm going in. Oh, then I'm going in. Okay, so you got like another year and shit. I joined the delayed entry program. What's that mean, bro? Oh, I guess I mean what it say. You get to take a little break before you go in. How you dodge that shit, bro? Did that work? fuck? Oh my god. We gotta shoot that thing, like the mouse? What we gotta shoot? Oh yeah, we do gotta shoot that. Type shit. The infantry is like fighting on the front line type shit. Delay entry programs, basically them allowing me to finish high school before I join so I can get my diploma. Oh yeah. I'm about to say you gotta be 18 anyway to join the military, don't you? Oh shit. I figured that. I didn't even know you could join the military before you graduate. I thought you had to be 18 and shit. He finna spin the block. Oh my god. Yeah, it's friends of the 10 thing, so join at 17. Oh, got you, type shit, okay. Damn, why she built like that? He ain't understand a word she just said. He capping. He was just hungry, so he ran off. But I somehow talked my recruiter into getting me Zens. Oh yeah? Oh, you're not supposed to have those in the military? What happened? Below the debt. How I get below the debt? Type shit. There's a key from the Krazoa Palace. Totally places to this. Bet. I can't, it's just that since I'm under 21, I can't buy them myself, so I taught them into getting them for me. Oh damn, you god damn, you got the military to commit illegal acts? God damn, bro. Hold on, man. Sure, why not, right? Fuck it. 0. I don't know if this is gonna work. crazy. I never played this game. Oh shit! I'm about to say, yeah, you had a GameCube, bro. I know Brian and Brandon had that shit, bro. I always wanted to play it, but I never really. I remember playing the demo at Target, but like I never like really got to play it. You feel me? But once I joined, my life is basically over since I'll be government property. Type shit. Yeah, you got to be a goddamn war dog. What they call them? It's all good, man. It's not a lifetime contract. You be alright, man. You feel me? You can always leave with the dishonorable discharge. You feel me, bruh? Oh shit, Costco? He's just staying long enough to get perks. I have a bunch of military family. Take advantage of that. Free school too. Not easy, but worth it if you have some time. Type shit. That's facts though. Yeah. That's facts though. By that shit. Hold on, what you said? 3 years and like, yeah, you didn't even join. Type shit. Yeah, you gotta be serious about that shit. You hear that, Dre? You gotta take that shit serious, bro, if you wanna reap the benefits, you feel me? This little ugly ass shit. Oh, what you want? He ain't about nothing.
General Scales.
Generic.
Kohud or Taskuki if dinosaur planet. Ud neokraju ui kimo nekt.
I'm only here because of this. Man, they gotta stop speaking whatever language. They made up this little fake ass language. This whole planet is in distress. The Cloud Runner told me about you, the evil general. The Cloud Runner, my girl, I am not evil. I rule over the many dinosaur tribes. You see, I must control this planet with fear. Otherwise, the tribes always try to fight against me. Oh, he a dictator for real. You dare challenge me, wench? He ain't say wench, I added that. No one can defeat General Scales. Why you say that in English, bro? Ha ha, she didn't know I had a bird lizard as a friend. Ha ha. Type shit. Type shit. Krazoa Palace. I wonder where the stress signal's coming from. If you go inside, be careful. This is the dinosaur's most sacred place. I can't read. Shit. I'm saying though, if Shorty didn't have the fur, I'm just saying, right? You must have a memory card. Don't forget that you can save anytime. Hold up, what you said, bruh? How's this game? How's this game? I always wanted to play it. Shit, same. That's what I'm saying, bro. Same here. It was one of them games I always wanted to play. Like, I seen it at the stores, and Brian and Brandon had it and shit, but always wanted to play it because it seemed like a pretty cool adventure game. This is a fuel barrel generator. It has been left the original scales. You can use the fuel to power his sharp claw army. What? Where the hell I gotta go? Use gold key. Where the fuck? Oh, he can come in here? Oh, hell no. You ain't tell me he can come in here. Hell no. Oh, fuck no. Where the hell is supposed to go? Yeah. Yeah, I do that. You gotta put it right here. What? Okay. Now what? The King Earthwalker sent us to protect. It's not a safe place for you here. If you find yourself in danger, press exit to roll out the way. He act like I ain't already been in a fight, bro. Now where we going with it? I gotta blow these up maybe? Why'd I do that? Oh my god. What? Respawning enemies? No. Oh my god. Down here? Yeah. She happy as hell. Puck eggs! Don't worry, they are not dinosaur eggs. They come from the puck birds. That the sharp claw breed just for this tasty snack. Walk over the egg to collect and recharge your energy. Bet that. Ain't got no more bombs. Hold on, I got something for you. Hold on. Oh hell no. I don't like respawning enemies, I ain't gonna lie. I don't like that shit. You should leave this place. Scales brought a great evil into the palace. To be extra safe, sneak around corners by holding down L moving. Holding down L. What? General Scales and the Shark Claw army attack. Try to stop them, but there's too many. To safe, look around before you enter an area. Press Z. Need that bomb. Oh no. Fucking respawning enemies, bruh. Type shit. I didn't mean to throw that. True. The spirits hold great powers and have been safe within this palace for a million years. We fought hard against the Sharp Claw and were able to hide the spirits throughout the planet. Scales then unleashed an evil into the palace. In that hurry to leave, the Sharp Claw sealed me inside. That's because you too weak to fight. This way? I got a puck nut. A pook nut? Puck. Whatever it's called, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I'm about to order this little 7-Eleven, I think, though. I think that might be the move right now, I'm not gonna lie to you. You feel me? My bad, I didn't even know you still there, bruh. I didn't even know you text me. What? How? Bro. Oh man, why I did that? Oh, I gotta bring the bomb with me? Why ain't they telling me that? Can I throw this at it? I hope I can. Oh my god, I didn't mean to throw that though. Is there a bomb over here I can get? Bet. They slow as hell, I ain't gonna lie.
Keo Krisoa, Dude Owe Kutsak, Keo Oho, Dude Wo.
Nos ak oe kielkrot kieltash kufshoduk.
Neo no ho Okaspat, I shot to cut for Kutsak. No ho, much shot.
We are massive.
Rekneok noho oe tedwo kutsoho.
Kill King Earthwalker, shot its game. Hekas Kiash, shot for Suzo. Kutsimo Eve Keo Krizoa. Keo Krizoa, Oho Fuso Fahax. Venovic Roadru, Keo Grado Kevo K, Okudak. Naki Keo Fahax.
Where the hell they talking about, man?
Ash 2.
Kutsoho Jimoker Atsute.
Moak, et Kokio Fiho Eve Kutsuk, Sukobo Keo Kashk. Utko Keo, Krisoa Shrine, et so Achetu, Sep Koko Kipahak Kosh, Ut Unoak Ue Hunut, Av Ue Jesut. Kiot Hokiet Kemo.
Type shit.
Amdek Witwo Utun Kotso.
Type shit. type shit. Why that worked, I don't know. This is spirit. Let's go. Yes, sir. Damn. Type shit.
Keo shehetash, buf keo fahaksh, shufo vem kutsum, rik keo ha veno, oho ish okash, et ko niot keo fahak osh rud hokujot, sud akro ijot, keishakev kiash nu.
How I'll release it. Hold up, bro. Let me grab my shit, man. About to say what? The fuck?
Levels are huge, filled with you was the time well spent because I had an absolute blast playing these games. Alright, enough wasting time. Let's talk about fan games again because man, they're getting so good. I'm gonna keep talking about them. Alright, starting off, let's talk about Sonic GT. Now this Sonic game has been really popular in the Sonic fan community, but I feel like it never got the amount of recognition that it really deserved because this isn't just a well-designed fan game. This feels like the next evolution of Sonic. It feels like the blueprint that all 3D Sonic games should be using moving forward. It takes the momentum of classic Sonic games and the instant speed of the boost games and blends them together seamlessly. What I really love about this iteration of Sonic is that there are no roadblocks, no gimmicks, no set pieces. You are in full control of Sonic the entire time. Every loop-de-loop, grind rail, bounce pad, you never feel like the game is pulling control away from you. Every time you go down a slope in this game, you build momentum until you reach blistering fast speeds. Sonic has his basic abilities, you know, bounce, drop dash, a roll, spin dash, and of course you got your homing attack, and I didn't figure this out until after I beat the game, but yeah, there's even a trick system, and you can use it to gain extra height. It really helped me with getting S ranks, and none of it feels like it's stopping you from going fast. It's finely tuned. This seems to be a running theme of this game, and that nothing is stopping you. I mean, that's what a Sonic game should be. It only has 4 stages, but these levels are huge, filled with multiple branching paths everywhere. Legitimately, I got lost a few times in these levels. But don't worry, tons of environmental cues and signs pointing you towards the right direction are everywhere. I can't tell you how satisfying it feels finding the perfect route towards your S ranks, completing levels that took you 15-20 minutes on your first go around in less than 3 minutes. It's very addicting. There's also a story that ties in each level. I think the voice acting, it's pretty solid, though admittedly the writing is pretty cheesy. But at the same time, it makes the experience feel more full. There's a few boss fights, time attack mode, certain challenges you can complete within the levels, the unlockable characters as well. It's got a surprising amount of content. So far, I've unlocked Shadow, Mighty, Ray, but I hear there's a couple of other characters you unlock by completing the challenges. This gameplay you're watching of me, by the way, this first stage, I stayed up all night trying to get an S rank of sub 230. I checked my phone and it was like 4:30 in the morning. This game is like crack. It's so addicting. Rescue Palooza is a love letter to all things Ninja Turtles, the pinnacle of fan service. This is why I've been on an absolute binge for the past few weeks, going through sites like Itch.io and Game Jolt and just scrolling the lists endlessly. I never know what I'm going to find, whether it's a cool little proof of concept or a fully featured game worthy of being a full release. And Rescue Palooza is definitely the latter. It pulls content from the classic NES games and gives them a 16-bit facelift. There's tons of content too. Easter eggs galore, references to everything from the classic games, the cartoon, even the action figures. The character select screen looks like the packaging from the toys back in the day. There's 4-player co-op, voice lines from the original cartoon,
really funny dialogue too. It does a good job at portraying the characters. And probably the biggest selling point outside of this game being free is that it has 60 playable characters. 60! As much as I loved Shredder's Revenge, I still think it's one of the best Turtles games ever made. It was stupid that a few characters were locked behind microtransactions. And this free fan game over here, giving you 60 playable characters, it's insane. If you're a Turtles fan, you should definitely pick this one up. Okay, so what would happen if you mixed Super Mario with Doom? And no, I'm not talking about Golden Souls again. I'm talking about straight up Doom, but a 2D platformer. Mini Doom 2 is something I was not expecting to find, because usually Doom games tend to be, made using GZ Doom, and not 2D. This is basically your classic Doom formula. You're tracking down hidden secrets and collecting key cards to progress, but the fact that it's in the form of a 2D platformer, it's just refreshing on so many levels. Also, I love how the overworld is straight up like Super Mario style. I typically go for fan games that try to innovate on franchises, but I couldn't ignore the sheer novelty of this game. If you too are interested to see how Doom would play as a 2D platformer, check out Mini Doom 2 because it is so awesome. Sonic Smackdown is an arcade fighter in the style of Marvel vs. Capcom, and look how official this game looks. This is genuinely jaw-dropping, and I don't understand why Sega can't be working on projects like this in between the mainline Sonic games. Sure, we have games like Sonic Racing, which is kind of goofy. I mean, why the hell would Sonic characters need cars in the first place? But I love seeing Sonic branch out into other genres, and as an arcade fighter, this just makes sense. It feels right. I love how all the combos and specials in this game feel like fighting moves that Sonic and friends would actually have. And the roster in this game is amazing. We have Silver, Metal Sonic, Mighty, Big the Cat. We even have Blaze in this game. Everything just feels fleshed out. The stages, the music, the voice lines. I don't know what it is about the Sonic fan community, but you guys seem to be making banger after banger. Like I said, this is genuinely jaw-dropping. While we're on the topic of fighting games, I want to shout out Hyper Dragon Ball Z. Sure, we have Fighter Z, which is amazing how it looks like the anime, but Hyper DBZ has that perfect arcade cabinet look to it. I mean, look how beautiful this pixel art looks. As someone who doesn't understand game development at all, I can't even comprehend how much work goes into a passion project like this. Honestly, every time I see an indie game like this, I grow even more saltier about AAA publishers wanting to charge us $80 games. Imagine if a talented indie dev like this had a fraction of those resources. We'd be seeing games like this all the time, almost like we used to see in the past, when everything didn't need reflections, 4K textures, and every damn blade of grass having to cast its own shadow. This is what I care about right here. Just give me some cool-ass characters and let me throw down. The only thing that sucked about this game for me is that setting up controls was a pain in my ass. There were no options for controller support, so I had to rebind all the keys, and because I couldn't see the moveset while in-game, I had to refer back to it in the game files. It was just frustrating, and I hope they add native controller support soon, because when you get it all set up, it's a fantastic arcade fighter. Now, when I think of ambitious total conversion mods and boomer shooters, the first thing that comes to my mind is GZ Doom, games like Ashes 2063. What my mind doesn't wander to is build engine games. So it's no wonder this game wasn't on my radar. AMC Squad has to be the most ambitious total conversion mod of Duke Nukem I have ever seen. This game takes place in the distant future where Duke Nukem is no longer around and the aliens are threatening humanity once again, so the Earth Defense Force has to gather a bunch of elite soldiers, Justice League style, to hopefully build a team that might come close to the Duke himself. And holy crap, the amount of characters you could play as, the amount of content that's in this game, there's like 1 million different guns. There's RPG mechanics in this game. You have your own hub area with a research lab, and you can find secret blueprints for weapons and equipments that you bring back after each mission to unlock them. There's just an insane amount of stuff in this game. And the stages, they are vast. A lot of these areas I spent damn near 2 hours in. It's never a dull moment. I feel like you're always doing something new. There's crazy set pieces, tons of explosions, FMV cutscenes, full voice acting. 1 minute I'm fighting off aliens, the next minute I'm fighting demons in the depths of hell, then I'm piloting a mech, then I'm going from mech piloting to driving tanks around. And if that's not crazy enough, I go from that to riding horseback looking like the damn Elder Scrolls over here. This game, it never lets up and it never gets repetitive. But the craziest thing to me is I don't see a lot of people talking about this game. It's insane that a game this good seems to have no attention at all, because I've spent several hours just in the first episode of this game, and the entire time I've been having a blast. Honestly, I'm just gonna say it. This game rivals Ashes 2063 for me. I feel like both of these games could be seen as the best total conversion mods of all time. Seriously, go play this game because it is one of the best shooter campaigns I have played in a very, very long time. Also, if you're on the Steam Deck, this game is brain dead easy to install. If you go to desktop mode, go to the Discover store and type in AMC Squad, you can install it straight from there. You don't even have to open up your browser. I just wanted to mention that because I know a good amount of my audience is Steam Deck owners. And yes, yeah, I know, we're talking about another Sonic game. Listen, you're lucky the majority of this list isn't just Sonic games, because the majority of all fan games are Sonic games. I actively have to go out of my way to find games that aren't Sonic related. Remember when Sega said they had no problem with Sonic fan games as long as they weren't receiving money from them, whereas Nintendo spends millions of dollars getting these fan projects shut down? Well, that's because there's so many Sonic games, Sega couldn't stop them even if they wanted to. I just wanted to get that out of the way really quick for anyone out there wondering why I'm such a Sonic fanboy. Sonic Triple Trouble is genuinely Sonic Mania levels of polish. It's always hard to discern the quality of these games on the surface because, well, they can all look too familiar. I recently played Sonic and the Fallen Star, and that game drew me in with how good the music was and how flashy the animations were, but as soon as you get into a boss fight, it's very apparent that you're playing a fan game. And don't get me wrong, the bosses are great, but if you played it, you'll know exactly what I mean. Triple Trouble, on the other hand, does something spectacular. It has amazing continuity with its art style. And the gameplay, the level design, it's all superb. The controls feel modern. You have your drop dash, homing attack and all that. The momentum feels perfect. And I didn't find any death pits. And thank God, Sonic fans understand how annoying death pits are in 2D Sonic games. Triple Trouble is just a fantastic Sonic game, and you should really play it. I honestly had more fun with it than The Fallen Star, and I think they're both amazing games. I just slightly lean more towards Triple Trouble. Mushroom Kingdom Fusion is the Smash Melee of platforming games. It feels like a love letter to all your favorite classic games. Imagine playing Mega Man in a Mario level, or what about playing as Samus Aran in a Metal Slug level? Because that's what it feels like to play this game. This game has over 21 playable characters. I'm talking Mario, Mega Man, Samus, Simon Belmont, Kirby, Link. It's insane. That's why I said it feels like the Smash Melee of 2D platformers. And it's not just a mix match level editor style game like I thought it was going to be. It's got this multiverse style story to it. Mario and friends are living peacefully in the Mushroom Kingdom when all of a sudden this thing called the Fusionist invades the kingdom and starts merging the worlds of various games together. So all the heroes we know and love have to gather together and save the day. It's actually a pretty awesome concept that would never get greenlit, for obvious reasons. But that's the beauty of non-profit fan games. They're not bound by licenses, and they can be whatever they want to be. This is a damn good game, and you should check it out. And the last game I want to talk about is Blade of Agony. Just like AMC Squad, you can install it using the same methods. And what can I really say about Blade of Agony? It just feels really damn good to kill Nazis. And I could just end it there, honestly. It's just an extremely polished Wolfenstein game and, one of the many great boomer shooters you can play right now. The level design is huge and well laid out. There's tons of different weapons and the gunplay feels super tight. It taps into my natural instincts as a gamer. At my very core, I don't care about crazy graphics or realism. I don't give a fuck about your little bit of shadows eating away at my performance. At a very fundamental level, just give me some guns and let me kill some stuff. And that's what Blade of Agony is. I feel like other than demons from, hell, killing Nazis is the soul of PC gaming distilled down to its purest form. If you're burned out from modern gaming, go play Blade of Agony, but because this shit feels like medicine. And look, I'm not trying to just glorify free games. I'm not even saying you can't afford to pay $80 for the game. It's more so that no game is worth $80. And that price increase is not going to get you higher quality games. Do not let them lie to you. You might think they're giving that extra money to their studios, but we all know they're pocketing that shit and hoarding it to themselves. So many games come out today and you just know that all that money wasn't being used and invested in making new games. It just wasn't. Especially when companies like Activision don't want to even pay for voice actors or art anymore. They just want it to be all AI generated. These companies will be even more greedier than before, with even more microtransactions and even lower quality games. I look forward to these indie developers working on their own projects. Like how I talked about Sonic GT, the creator of that game is going on to develop Roland Rascal, and I am excited to buy that game when it releases. I think you should totally go on Steam and wait for sales. Some of the greatest games of all time go on sale for like $5 frequently. Like Lost Planet, Dead Rising, Dead Space, Metal Gear Rising. GTA 4 with all 3 expansions? You know that game cost me $5? Just go buy indie games. I've been saying this a lot recently, but we don't have AAA gaming anymore. We only have the indie market and the commercial market. Games like Expedition 33, I look at that as an indie game. I look at all these AAA games and all I see is first-party games that are overpriced slop and movie games. It's like all they want to make these days. And even though Nintendo still makes quality games, I don't look at them the same anymore. They're not inventive. They're not creative. They don't take risks anymore. They just milk these franchises and pump out the same games over and over again. I didn't want a new Mario Kart game. How about we switch it up a little bit? You know, why the hell did we even call it the Switch? How about we get Diddy Kong Racing? What about F-Zero? Nintendo doesn't give a shit about F-Zero anymore. Only Mario Kart. I feel like Mario Kart cannibalized Nintendo's other racing games, and you can't convince me otherwise. It's just not worth buying a $450 box just to play a few Nintendo games that I've already played before. A shitty drip-fed subscription service on a box that I don't even own physically. A box that I don't really give a shit about. I would buy Nintendo games if they came to PC, but they don't. They're held hostage on weak hardware that plays a few Nintendo games and a bunch of old games I've already played. But man, I really need to stop rambling. I'm sure this video was long enough. I really hope I showed off some pretty cool games today. And like I said, I've been having a blast with them. And I just know you will too. But yeah, that's it for me. Talk to me in the comments.
Man, it's fucking raining outside, man. This shit gonna fuck up my life, man. Shit ain't real nothing, man. What is up?
Do you think Drake is? But Drake is a little bit different. Now, Drake is one of the smartest guys out there. Okay. His team is really smart. I mean, they own the rigging. They own the
He doesn't look like much of anything in 2023, considering this is now 18 years old, but for the time, this type of action happening in the palm of your hand was awesome, especially when it wasn't that far off from the type of video game you'd be playing on the PlayStation 2. You chase bad dudes down with carts, boats, on foot, or by air in a helicopter that has no problem fitting into the tiniest of tunnels. It's simple, fun, stupid, and absolutely the type of game they don't make these days. And it'd get a sequel in 2007 called Pursuit Force Extreme Justice, which is just a slightly better version with a more balanced difficulty curve. Both of these games aren't going to be winning any kind of award for originality or importance, but this type of dumb, pure-ass video game is something that I think is being forgotten over time. At the very least, Sony's ported them over to the PlayStation 4 and 5 via their classics section. Although one look at the cover of this might make you think you're looking at shovelware and not, you know, a first-party Sony game. Speaking of Fat Princess, a flash-in-the-pan PlayStation franchise, but one that's practically synonymous with the PlayStation 3. When Sony was going all in on the PlayStation Network, the original Fat Princess was a big part of that. But in order to give the fans a similar experience on the go, they also released Fistful of Cake for the PlayStation Portable. It even supported online multiplayer, and while it was limited to 16 people versus the PlayStation 3's 32, it was a pretty dang good port, just overshadowed by the big boy version released prior. I don't know if it was a sign of the times, but Sony was doing all sorts of weird online-only stuff with the PlayStation Portable, especially on the Japanese side. There, we'd get Ape Quest. Y'all know Ape Escape? We all want more Ape Escape, although I'm not sure if a downloadable-only turn-based RPG is what the people were clamoring for. Not bad at all, and still packed with that wacky Ape Escape humor. It's just a silly spin-off that, in fact, existed. Just like Hot Shots Shorties. No, I didn't say that wrong. Also known as everybody's Stress Buster in Japan, which is just an awful thing to call someone. This was a set of micro games that you could pick up for $5 each on the PlayStation Network, which, if you've never seen by now is totally lost to time. Sony started to really push the store with the PSP Go, but I don't think old Stress Buster here was going to be selling any extra handhelds. There's not much to it, most of the games are kind of mid, but it's interesting to see Sony try and take the Hot Shots franchise into other directions. It wasn't all micro titles and digital-only releases, though. Sony was putting some big butts into fully fledged video games, and one of the biggest ones that I can remember was Killzone Liberation. Killzone kind of fell off the face of the planet, didn't it? From being one of Sony's premier franchises in the mid-2000s to that final launch title in the PS4 and then radio silence. But early on, when they were still trying to find its identity, even prior to Killzone 2, we'd get Killzone Liberation for the PSP, and this thing was really cool. The original was a first-person shooter on the PlayStation 2 in the pre-Iron Sights era, which of course means the PSP game is going to be a top-down isometric shooter. It's not the most in-depth or RPG mechanic-heavy title out there, but it was really good-looking for something that you'd be playing on the go. You can put this thing through a few emulation upscaling filters, and there's uglier things coming out now. Liberation focuses on the running and gunning, and I think that it does that pretty well. It takes place right after the original game narratively, which I don't think many people noticed or cared about, but more than anything, it was a sign that the portable consoles could get high-quality experiences on the go. And in 2006, when this came out, that was big. It's simple, it's fun, it even had a multiplayer mode where you could blast your friends away online, and frankly, you weren't going to get that experience in many other places, except Metroid Prime Hunters, I guess. I don't think Killzone really found its footing until 2009 with Killzone 2 and its gorgeous visuals at the time, but it'd only be around for another 4 years before Sony pulled the plug on the entire franchise. Liberation may not seem like much in the current times, but when it came to the glitz and glamour of something appearing AAA in the palm of your hands, this was a big deal. It's just, if you want to be remembered over time, you gotta have people be able to name a single character in your franchise. It wouldn't just be Sony bringing big names to the handheld, there were other publishers bringing big titles to the thing because they wanted a piece of the pie as well. Since obviously making a game on the PlayStation Portable was going to be easier than making something for a fully fledged console, tons of publishers were able to try their hands at the little thing. Which means yes, the 90s mascot wars are back in full effect. Platformers are back. I think one of the most famous games on the PSP has to be Daxter. Sure, it wasn't a launch title or anything, but it was a big Sony character having their first big adventure. It got great reviews, it sold over 4 million copies, and it's one of the first things people probably think of when they hear PSP.
And you may want to shave some points.
It's hardly forgotten, unlike Sonic Rivals 1 and 2. Sonic? Forgotten? No. But after the Dreamcast's untimely demise, Sega was throwing darts in every which direction, and none less inspired than the Sonic Rivals series. It was a really simple concept. You pick a character and go through 2D Sonic-themed levels against a rival who would change depending on the story and the character you pick. Then you just run to the end while putting up with some of the most off-putting, egregious, and fun-killing AI rubber banding this side of Mario Kart. It doesn't matter how fast you go, the AI is right there with you. Even speedruns of these games have your rival right up on you. This game does not care. Both Rivals were developed by Backbone Entertainment, who you might recognize from their launch title Death Jr., or one of my favorites on the platform, Rock Band Unplugged. They did a decent job of making the mechanics work. It looks and sounds like a Sonic game, but the inherent Rivals gameplay design just doesn't work. So much so that it didn't even make its way over to Japan, which was incredibly rare for Sonic. The sequel's a smidge better about rubber banding, but I think in the end, anyone would rather play the much better Rush or Advance titles over on the Nintendo handhelds. You just won't be able to play any of the dope Capcom remakes over there. Capcom and the PlayStation Portable had a really interesting relationship. They were obviously deep in the Monster Hunter dimension during this time period, but we'd also see other big things from them. Beautiful Joe Red Hot Rumble's Smash Clonus got itself a port from the GameCube version, and speaking of ports, the Power Stone collection was something I played for hours. If you never got to play Power Stone 2 via Ad Hoc, you missed out. Based on sales, y'all also probably missed out on the Mega Man and Mega Man X remakes from the time. Maverick Hunter X and Mega Man Powered Up. Near perfect remakes of two timeless classics that sold poorly and prevented future versions of this. Early on in the PlayStation Portable's lifespan, Capcom wanted to innovate on their classic formula and pump these out for veterans of the series. Between the two, I think Powered Up is probably the better game. It actually had a stage creator feature that was online until just a year ago. You could create, upload, and download stages from other people to see if you get bodied by the pros online. But the edge-loving 90s kid in me will always love Maverick Hunter X. This wasn't even the first remake of X. There was Extreme on the Game Boy Color. However, only the PlayStation Portable version lets you play a series favorite, Vile. Okay, maybe they should have put Zero in the game. It's just good old NFT-loving KG Inafune thought that was, quote, too obvious and boring, which is something that no reasonable person has ever thought. Maverick Hunter X is real good. So that's the fact that Mega Man X is real good. And it's a shame that we don't get more remakes like this. You know, just add voice acting, make the graphics a little shinier, but still true to the original concept. The most recent examples I can think of this are Star Ocean Second Story R and Super Mario RPG. Just classic games, slightly shinier with a little extra content for old heads, even if it's just Vile. Perfection.
XXX. Why does everyone like that guy?
While those remakes of Old Rockman might be forgotten, Mega Man himself is not yet. But when it comes to the PlayStation Portable, there's a lot of non-remake exclusives that are well on their way. These are going to be the type of games that you'd bring up in a conversation that would make like one or two people pop off, such as the case with me and Deadhead Fred. If you haven't heard of Deadhead Fred, I don't blame you. The developer, Vicious Cycle Software, was never really known for much beyond the Mad Hazard games and that Kung Fu Panda Smash clone. This thing hit the PSP when the system was in the middle of its lifespan, had a smaller print run by D3 Publisher, and was a weird concept to begin with. I don't think many people would look at this cover, donning a dude who's just a brain in a jar, and go, I gotta have it. But, well, maybe they should have. Deadhead Fred is a 40s noir-styled action beat 'em up that has a strong emphasis on head. By that I mean swapping heads for powers granted by your enemies. The combat isn't that great, and in fact it's a little tedious and time-consuming. What makes Deadhead Fred interesting is the world that they created and the ridiculous amounts of writing. It's got this dark sense of humor and goofiness that you'd only see from things like Grim Fandango, and I think this nails it. Heck, it was the first video game ever to receive an award for writing from the Writers Guild of America. That's basically its biggest accolade. Overall, it's kind of a mixed bag, one with a doomed concept, considering gamers in the mid-2000s were all about that Halo, Oblivion, and not God Hand. Though anyone with a PSP or a soft mod Vita should definitely give this a try. If anything, it'll make you laugh.
I'll think of you every time I find a slimy worm.
Fat chance emulating though if you decide to boot up Invisimals. PSP camera required. Yeah, smack this ugly thing right on top of your PlayStation Portable and hold the console directly in front of you and grab yourself a pack of Invisimals AR cards. It's time to watch 3D models fight in your bedroom. Through a camera only slightly better than a Motorola Razr. I'm sure that the kids who played this when it was new loved it, but I was 20 years old and already stuck in the work dimension. There's no time for running around with a camera. Instead, I was playing Work Time Fun, the game with a built-in ramen timer.
Ramen timer, start.
Are you ready?
WTF Work Time Fun is hardly a video game. Despite being developed by Sony and originally promoted as a big deal, this game is more a collection of things. It's a satirical take on good old working society where you do a bunch of menial tasks for the lowest amount of money possible. All for the reward of spending it on gachapon machines. Ooh, a nightclub host finger puppet. Back to Captain Pins. 84 cents, let's go! I don't think Work Time Fun is very good, but it has a sense of absurdity that is infinitely memorable. It's the type of game that you toss at your friend as a joke. It's a game that doesn't mind taking the piss out of society, corporations, the player, and also attempting to sell it for $40. Who is this for? I have absolutely no idea, but if you've beat this thing, let me know. Was it all for handbell delight? If you're looking for a game you could play on your work breaks, though, there's always Half Minute Hero. I loved this thing when it came out. It was the reason I bought a replacement PlayStation Portable after mine got smashed. It's like an RPG for RPG fans who don't got a lot of time. The concept is in the name. You've got 30 seconds in order to save the world. Now, obviously, the game's longer than 30 seconds, but it's done in a clever way. You originally die and the world ends before the time goddess comes down and is like, sure, I'll give you more time time in exchange for money, which is pretty accurate to the way the world works. You then figure out the meta puzzles of each level as you grind your levels, buy upgrades, and figure out hidden conditions to win and get unlocks. It's so simple, almost a micro game that you would see in like a WarioWare release, but fleshed out into a full title, which was super entertaining. I'm glad that Xseed brought this over, and it's actually gotten a few sequels and a remake over time, so they realized people like this one. Unfortunately, the developer Opus seemed to have disappeared, but the remake and sequel are on Steam, and I highly recommend both. It's also just really funny. So how about a game that isn't funny? No more jokes. It's time to pull out the old PSP, get your serious face on, and talk about Coded Arms. Coded Arms is peak Konami weirdness. When it came to the PlayStation Portable, it felt like they were going all in on weird concepts that you wouldn't expect from a handheld. The Rengoku games were a duology of bizarre action RPGs, the sequel being the real gem. They also put out a ton of licensed games for anime like iShield 21, Fairy Tail, and there's even an awful Frogger game from his Cajun reboot. Then you've got Coded Arms and Coded Arms Contagion, two high-concept first-person shooters on a console that only had one stick. That probably sounds like a death sentence. A vast majority of FPS on the PSP were bad. Coded Arms, however, took that idea and shattered it. Coded Arms is a dungeon-crawling first-person shooter with roguelike elements. You go through the stages looking for exits, risking your life in order to potentially find more supplies. All the environments are randomly generated, and while they might get a little old after a while, they have such a striking look that might have been a bit too much for the PSP. This thing is capped at 20 FPS, and it's very obvious that it was trying as hard as it could. The controls aren't great, as you're forced to use the face buttons in order to aim. It's got that PlayStation 1 first-person jank going on, so you'll have to get used to it. Despite that, I think it's one of the coolest PSP games. Unfortunately, the sequel took out a lot of the randomness and turned it into more of your generic first-person shooter. It does look and run better, and some of the atmosphere elements shine louder because of that. However, the original just has this irreplaceable vibe and aura that I don't think Contagion properly captures. Still, a fun game and a totally forgotten IP from Konami in this era. There was actually a PlayStation 3 sequel in the works, Coded Arms Assault, that was actually shown off at E3 2006. It was just unfortunately cancelled despite looking interesting, and it's wild that this franchise never escaped the handheld. But alas, none of that came to fruition, and now if you want to play something that feels like it was released in the wrong decade, it's to the emulation mines you go. Emulated, hard-coded 20 frames a second. So, how about a first-person shooter on the PlayStation Portable that, sucks. A vast majority of PlayStation Portable first-person shooters could not really get around the face buttons for aiming thing. It was just clunky. It didn't matter how good of an idea your game was, or if it was based on a famous property, you would be losing like at least an entire point for that. Which was exactly the case for Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. Ghost in the Shell is popular, no doubt about that. It's one of the only anime franchises to have every single one of its video games hit the States. That's rare. So when the Standalone Complex anime was taken off in the mid-2000s, we'd get a PlayStation 2 third-person shooter and a PlayStation Portable first-person shooter. You would think that the roles would be reversed considering the technology, but nonetheless, Standalone Complex did its best. As a game, I don't think it's awful. It plays a plethora of characters, mostly Major Motoko Kusanagi, as you run around with your android butt hanging out while shooting everything in sight. The hook here is the Tachikoma tank that you can customize. As you play through levels, you get new bits to upgrade it with, and you can ride it around while blasting people, which barely changes the way anything looks or plays. I don't think this is terrible or great. I think it would have been regarded way higher if it was fleshed out on a console with a proper aiming controller, but I will say whoever was in charge of the lip syncing deserves a raise.
The report on the attempted rebellion in the far north.
Are you here in your other role as chief of the JSDA watch?
Makes me awfully suspicious.
Keeping it with anime, the PlayStation Portable actually had a ton of licensed anime games. It's just most of them failed to have a Western release. Sure, we got multiple Narutos, Yu-Gi-Ohs, and Dragon Balls, but we never got something like Soul Eater Battle Resonance. Not that I think there was much demand for that, or like Sunday vs. Magazine. That's right, screw your Jump Force. I want a fighter starring Inuyasha and the dude from Get Backers. Or how about Heroes Fantasia? The only time you'll see characters from Slayers, Sorcerer Stabber Orphan, and Sergeant Frog next to to each other. This game was made for me, yet like so many others is stuck overseas without any kind of fan translation. So maybe we don't get a fun crossover anime RPG. At the very least, we got Lord of the Rings Tactics. Did this need to exist? No, probably not. But for the Lord of the Rings fans who simply could not get enough, it was decent. Lord of the Rings Tactics was a pretty direct adaptation of the Peter Jackson films. It had little clips from the movies and functioned like baby's first strategy RPG. The genre that's a dime a dozen on the PSP. Granted, there's way better that you could be playing, but those games don't give me tactical Gollum boss fights. This era of licensed video games was, to say the least, loud. At a certain point, publishers realized that they could shove anything out the door on the PlayStation Portable for a fraction of the budget of a main console release and get lots of sales. There's no other way to explain the portable version of Napoleon Dynamite. There just isn't. But it doesn't stop here. Just about every big movie that rolled out would get itself a PSP tie-in, even if it was the only one. For instance, 300 March to Glory, aka the one movie with Gerard Butler kicking a dude off the cliff that was so popular it created a domino effect all the way to Batman vs. Superman Dawn of Justice. You know, it's true. Well, for some reason, despite the cultural impact so loud it became the personality of a few people I knew in college, it only ever got this one PlayStation Portable game. Take a look. Yeah, that's about what I expected. You'd think that a 300 game would be a simple thing to stitch together, but the end result is just a series of waves of enemies. It feels so simplistic, and even though there's a few cool ideas with the shield, there's barely anything interesting going on. This is unfortunately the case for a vast majority of licensed portable games, which makes something like Star Wars Lethal Alliance all the more special. The PlayStation Portable and Star Wars actually went together pretty well. There was the technical third entry in the Star Wars Battlefront franchise, Renegade Squadron, a super ambitious title that did its best to capture the scale of the console releases from the time. Lethal Alliance, however, wanted to try something totally different, and I think it did it really well. For starters, it's the first non-MMO, Rest in Peace Galaxies, where you play as a Twi'lek, one named Rihanna. Prior to Disney deciding my entire childhood of Star Wars video games and novels weren't canon anymore, they'd make all these cool characters and stories. None better than Kyle Katarn, who's actually in this game. Let's go. Lethal Alliance is a third-person shooter that has a decent amount in common with Tomb Raider. Rihanna does a lot of fun athletic jumping, climbing, and swinging, all while doing cartwheels and blasting the Empire away. But she's also got herself a little robo-friend that helps not just with random video game mechanics, also combat. Lethal Alliance has a certain amount of jank that you would expect from something like this, but it's highly ambitious and pretty easy to look past. I mean, there was even a multiplayer mode you could play. Ubisoft Montreal really had something special here. It was like a roided-out version of a PlayStation 1 or Nintendo 64 game like Shadows of the Empire, and that charm absolutely drags me in. Reviews from the time ended up as a big ol' meh. Lethal Alliance and the DS version have never been ported, and Rihanna was made non-canon. Which probably makes sense, because it was essentially the ending of Rogue One with the Death Star plans. I miss it when they made things like this, but all of these old Star Wars games now fall under the Legends umbrella. So if you want some classic Kyle Katarn action, you know where to look.
Rihanna?
When it comes to licensed games, there's just way too many to talk about. In fact, recently I've been thinking about putting together a little series where I do exactly that. Or 6 at a time. I don't know. Someone's gonna talk about Beowulf on the PlayStation Portable. Just not today. Because for now we're gonna be talking about something cool. The PlayStation Portable was just packed with neat exclusives that you're not really hearing about these days. It is a crime that Hammer and Hero's never been ported. Never heard of Hammer and Hero? I don't blame you. It's one of the rarest games on the console with a complete in-box copy hovering around $100 for a PlayStation Portable game. But that's okay, we've got the internet. Hammer and Hero is the latest and final game in the Japanese series called Hammer and Harry. It's about a humble carpenter fighting against big construction and their condos. Harry's gonna beat the crap out of anyone trying to destroy historical landmarks, and he's gonna do it with a massive hammer. Well, there's a ton of these these games, and a vast majority of them never made it stateside. At least until 2008, when Atlas decided they were going to port Irem's PSP release and call it Hammer and Hero. This thing's a punishment platformer. Well, you do exactly what I just described, except Harry here can also change jobs based on the level. Is he hammering? Is he sushiing? Is he a baseball player? That's up to you. Hero is a fun and lighthearted game that really harkens back to the Super Nintendo era, and while it's criminally short for a full-price PSP title, I think there's a lot of charm here. It's exactly the type of low-commitment thing that I'd want to play portably back in the day, and I think it's perfect for what it is. Also, yes, you do control a massive construction worker mech near the end. Fun game, just totally forgotten about these days. I doubt it.
I think you should be alright.
Then you've got something like Exit. Developed by Taito, Exit is something that no one would pay attention to in the year 2023. When you can play something like Genshin Impact or, the entire Steam library in the palm of your hands, a puzzle platformer like Exit looks a whole lot less impressive. It's a shame that people might think like that though, because I think it's a very well made one of these. You play as Mr. Escape and your one goal is to, exit. Put out fires, escort the youngs, yes, that's what they're actually called, and go level to level till you're out of them. Simple, portable perfection, and something they definitely don't make these days. Same with Battlezone, a modern remake of the 80s classic arcade game. Battlezone is car combat. Floating tank combat. This thing reviewed in the 5s and 6s, with the big selling point being multiplayer with your friends, obviously. I've got a real soft spot for car combat games like these, like Twisted Metal, Battletank, and Star Wars The Clone Wars. Yeah, maybe the genre was an overused mistake, but anytime one of these pops up, I'll play for however long others will entertain me. Maybe Battlezone isn't perfect, but sure is for me.
I think we've all got a few of those, the me game. The thing that someone can hand you, and even if it's got like a 4 out of 10 kind of review, you're gonna love it anyway. For example, anytime a brand new arcade sports game comes out, like your Mario Golfs or Mario Tennises, no matter how bad the reception, I'm hopping on it. Such is the case with Pengya Fantasy Golf. Pengya Fantasy Golf is a silly, over-the-top version of your standard arcade golf game. In the same vein as the Marios and Hot Shots, but with everything looking a little more like Kirby's Dream Course. It goes a little more into the, fantasy realm and even has dudes with swords. You might actually know this one as Super Swing Golf over on the Wii or the Korean MMO Pengya, but there's something about the PSP version that sings to me. Which brings me to a big one and something that couldn't be any more different. Kenka-Bancho Badass Rumble. A video game about trying to become the ultimate bancho. What's a bancho? Why, that's a leader of juvenile delinquents, as in high school gangs. So Kuwabara, the video game. Sound good? Well, it is. This thing starts with you rolling into a fictionalized version of Kyoto on a school field trip and then being like, you know what I need to do? Beat up everyone. So you do. You walk around beating up randoms, looking for other students' itineraries, taking buses, subways, and stepping onto their turf to beat them down and make them recognize you as, the Kenka-Bancho. It's an incredibly simple game in concept, but one that's perfect to play on the go. It's stupid. It's got dumb little systems in order to fight people, like QTE smack talk before battles. Then you get people's phone numbers to become your henchmen after fighting them. It's the exact kind of over-the-top nonsense that I love, and wouldn't you know it, it's actually the third game in the series. There are a lot of Kenka-Bancho games, even as recent as 2019 on the Vita. Each one of these seems to escalate the concept and keep it wacky as heck, but we've only gotten this single entry on the PSP. It's niche as all hell, so it makes sense, but it's unfortunate that this series ended here for Westerners. Although it seems that it's gone in a different direction lately. Kenka-Bancho is far from perfect, but it is the exact type of game I love to play on the PSP. It's a shame that we didn't get the 3DS sequel. I got one more me-ass game to talk about today, and it's something you probably already saw in the thumbnail. Despite being from a franchise so popular, I feel like the portable Metal Gear games are being left in the dust. That goes all the way back to the Game Boy Color, but for me though, when I think of a game that's forgotten, weird, and very me-core, one of the first things that comes to mind for the PlayStation Portable is Metal Gear Acid. 2. Also, yes, Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel deserves a port. That thing was awesome. There's a good amount of Metal Gear Solid releases on the PlayStation Portable. You had Portable Ops Plus, Peace Walker, a freaking graphic novel, and of course, Acid 1 and 2. But only 2 of those were freak tier card game strategy RPGs so ahead of their time they'd fit right in today. Metal Gear Acid, standing for Active Command Intelligence Duel, was a ridiculous concept that famed series director Hideo Kojima did not direct. It's a side story that isn't technically canon, it's got a true-to-roots nonsensical narrative, and a gameplay concept that is a borderline galaxy brain. You build decks that come out as random cards in a turn-based stealth situation. You can only do a few actions per turn, and then you wait depending on the cost of the card. There's a lot of dialogue in this one, sometimes taking place in the middle of the stage, and it's a lot of words not saying too much. Some of the cards are convoluted, the equipment system is very basic, and it reeks a lot of potential. Acid has this very loud style with cool dramatic zooms anytime you do an attack. There's something here, but it's not all quite together. Reviews at the time felt it was a big ol' 7 out of 10, with retrospective ones being a little less kind. Movement is a pain because it makes you go step by step. The interface is a little confusing, and some missions take forever due to how stances work. But for a launch title on the PlayStation Portable, it was cool. On the other hand, the sequel, Metal Gear Acid 2, that's the good stuff. Acid 2 is the animeification of Metal Gear. Quite literally, the visuals are heavy cel shaded, way more colorful, and it almost looks like it's from a different franchise. Acid 2 came out only a year after the first one, this time with Kojima on board as a producer, and I think it's a vast improvement on the original. There's way more cards to pick from, pretty much everything about the interface is dramatically improved, and you feel like there's way more options. Rather than having to select actions from a menu, if you want to knock on a wall, you just press the knock button. You can also crouch like this. It's simplified in a way that's not just newbie friendly, but also veteran friendly, as you're able to do the whole turn-based card game thing with way less frustration. Acid 2 also came with a pointless accessory, the Solid Eye Tobit Acid. This was a big piece of cardboard that you would slap onto your PlayStation Portable that would basically allow you to look at the game in 3D, despite the console not having a 3D option. Apparently, this also had a chance to cause epileptic symptoms in some players, so it's not really talked about fondly. I mean, just look at the thing. Who's gonna use this? Metal Gear Acid 2 is a totally bizarre sequel to a bizarre game, but it's one of those things that I loved playing as a teenager. The idea of turning Solid Snake stealth action into a turn-based card game RPG might sound like a terrible one, but hey, the reviews were great, people I knew were loving it, and it's truly one of a kind. Or two of a kind. The heavy electronic soundtracks here would get your blood moving. The levels are memorable, and if you were looking for some Metal Gear on the go, this was a great fix. Peace Walker and Portable Ops weren't out yet, so Active Command Intelligence Dueling was the only way to go. If I had to make any major knocks against it, it'd be the lack of voiceover, especially considering the high amount of dialogue. But hey, this game has Venus, and she's peak character design. Seems the developers thought so too, because they keep painting the camera up and down anytime she's on screen. Good old Metal Gear. I hope that one day Konami decides to port some of these lesser known Metal Gear titles and spin-offs. It's been nearly 20 years since Acid 1 and 2 released, with hardly any mention or recognition of them at all, and that makes me sad knowing that they're slowly being forgotten. 1 is pretty skippable, but 2 is the finished concept of one of the weirdest and coolest games to come out on the PlayStation Portable. Check it out via any means necessary.
I'd hit that!
So there we have it, a bunch of weird and forgotten PlayStation Portable games, which means now we've done every Sony console up to the PlayStation 4. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to find enough for that one. I've actually been thinking about hitting up the PlayStation 2 again because there's like 4 billion games on that console, and also that video is pretty old at this point. But if there's any cool PlayStation Portable games that you think I should take a look at in the future, let me know down in the comments below. Always looking for weird stuff. And when it comes to the PlayStation Portable, you'll always find some strange stuff when you least expect it. Like 300, like come on. Also, I miss the Vita. I think we all do. Rest in peace, Vita. If you like today's video, check out the sponsor, Dr. Squatch, for the buy 3, get 3 bundle. Or if you want to support the channel directly, you can head on over to my Patreon or buy a t-shirt over at the Pixel Empire. I'm thankful for all of your support, and hey, happy November. We've made it to the end of the year, which means video season is upon us. Well, hopefully. I got sick again, and it sucks. Anywho, I've been Austin, and catch me next time when I'm thinking it's time for another 100% video. Thank you so much for watching. Special Patreon shout out to Aaron Kwolek, Bennett Oswald, Blackfoot Ferret, Blake Thomas, Cheeks, Chris Shelton, Doug Prince, DX Buster, Dylan Snyder, GM Pinks, Hey Quiggles, Idavice, Jay Roos, Jacoby Fitzpatrick, Kevin Zanowski, Karen Arter, Nick Irving, Ryan Talbert, and Vox. Thank you all so much for your generous support. I am finally done being sick. I can't believe it. I'm going to say this right now. Don't go to a bowling alley where you can also eat food and expect good things to happen. I got a bunch of other videos coming out before the end of the year, so stay tuned for that. Also, Colin, unprivate your games on PlayStation. We were trying to see what your most played game was and I couldn't see it. I know Amber's got like 180 hours in Final Fantasy 15. I want to know what yours is. Type 1 if you agree. Okay, I'm gonna go. Bye. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program to bring you video games, but not your regular old-fashioned ones. I'm talking about adver games, advertisement video games. Because walking around outside and seeing billboards wasn't enough, now we're going to be playing entire products that may or may not exist due to the inclusion of advertising. This can go all sorts of ways, some shameless, others blatant, and most of the times the final product is terrible. It's also been going on forever. One of the first examples is 280 Zap, an arcade racer co-branded alongside the Nissan Datsun 280Z, and this was in 1977. One look at this cabinet and you know, though I don't know who this would convince to buy an entire car. Advertising and video games have been walking hand in hand prior to Mario being a twinkle in Nintendo's eyes, and well, I guess that explains the Game Awards. The first widespread release and well-known case of adver games was Tapper, a classic arcade title about sliding glasses filled with various substances down the bar top in order to appease customers. Oh, also, there's a massive logo hogging the top of the screen. Hello there. But this is just an ad inside the thing. We've got to go deeper to the kids' meals and store shelves of yesterday. I hope you like mascots. So yo, it's Austin, and welcome to the lost era of advertisement video games. Except it's not totally lost because these things are still coming out today. Only a few years ago, we had that Colonel Sanders dating sim come out when all the brands were going hard on social media, and the fact that that developer's name was PsyOp is not lost on me. What's the first instance of an adver game that you remember? For me, it was obviously the first time I poured out a big bowl of Chex and saw a CD-ROM come out of it. Chex Quest, a Doom clone that we're definitely going to be getting into later. But before we get started, we interrupt today's video about adver games to talk about today's sponsor, Pixel Starships. Do you like space? Well, I recently came across this game called Pixel Starships. It's a sci-fi MMO where you take control and manage yourself a massive starship flying across the galaxy and doing space things. You can customize the layout of your ship, you can engage in battles with other players, and explore individual star systems. It's got this addictive gameplay where you'll be micromanaging your crew while engaging in battles, which will mean targeting individual parts and really thinking about your layout. Pixel Starships is really easy to pick up and play in spurts. Since it's got a PC and mobile release, I've been kicking back after work and managing my little dudes on the go. I myself really like that PvP is easy to access. You can beat up other captains online at any time, or you know, get totally destroyed. I'm working on it. Pixel Starships is regularly updated with new content. It's not pay to win, and it's got a developer that listens closely to the community. They've even made it possible for you to create little character skins and share them with other players. So if you want to take flight, click the link down in the description to download Pixel Starships today, and on arrival, you'll be receiving 100 extra Starbucks. Plus, you can use my code in-game Austin Eruption to receive an additional 125. Check out Pixel Starships today. And now we re-interrupt your regularly scheduled program for adver games, some of the worst things out there. This could mean anything though. I mean, technically Max Steel and the Dreamcast is an advertisement for a dead toy brand. All I know is that whenever you see one in the wild, you know. I want to see games that exist purely because of the brand. I'm not talking about turning the corner in Homefront and seeing the ruins of a White Castle. I'm talking about going to the store, looking my mother directly in her eyes and crying out to the world, "Ma, can we get McDonald's Treasureland Adventure?" Not because I knew it was developed by the people who made Gunstar Heroes, but because I recognized the funny little clown on the box. Ronald McDonald has a lot of video games, but so does everyone else, and there's so many, so strap in. So what better way to get get this train rolling then with video games based on some of our most basic needs. No, not basic shelter or companionship of the video game. I'm talking about food. If it goes in your mouth and had a funky mascot, then, well, it probably had a game. I actually just wrote in my script, games based on eating stuff. Original, I know. No matter the generation, for better or worse, you'll be able to find yourself a few food tie-in games. I can't even call it a bygone era, because you got stuff coming out as recently as June this year with Grimace's Birthday, a real brand new Game Boy Color release. This is too good though, and too new. The first time a fast food chain would have itself a video game would be several Tuesdays ago with a brand that's not even in the States anymore, Wimpy.
I'd gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Yeah, I'm sure all the kids know this guy. Well, this Popeye character's name, J. Wellington Wimpy, inspired a bunch of restaurants in the 30s simply called Wimpy. Burgers, obviously. At a certain point, Wimpy ran out of business in America, but was still knocking it out of the park in the United Kingdom. Wimpy needed itself a mascot, and they didn't just use the Popeye characters, so they created Mr. Wimpy, and I kinda hate looking at him. What are these medals on his jacket honoring? Is he in the Secret Service? Well, in 1984, Ocean Software would help produce a promotional tie-in that was a total clone of Burger Time, and that's it. Walk over meat and cheese, dodge things, and reconsider playing anything else on your ZX Spectrum. Mr. Wimpy isn't very spectacular, but it was the beginning. Fast forward to the late 80s, and this is where things get wacky. I think when it comes to advertisement video games, one of the first things people think of is McDonald's, specifically McDonald's Land. McDonald's Land is a controversial and ridiculous concept. Sometime in the 60s, a bunch of suits were like, how do we get the children interested in forcing their parents to go to our mid-tier restaurant? And apparently, the answer was by creating a bunch of original characters, a whole universe with fantasy elements, and teaming up with every company under the sun to flood the market with stuff. We got cartoons, we got little golden books, we got commercials that were essentially shorts of these characters just doing stuff. I guess as a kid, seeing the Hamburglar snatch burgers was supposed to make me want to crawl around disease-riddled play places and try the latest Nintendo 64 games, each of which rocking some mad stick drift. But joke's on them, I preferred wearing a Burger King crown. More on them later. So with McDonald's Land would come a grand total of 4 full video games. Not kids' meal toys, things that you had to buy at the store. We got 3 of them stateside, you just might not have heard of the Japanese exclusive Donald Land. Developed by Data East, this Famicom platformer is about one thing only: scaring children. And not just in the way it looks, which is a bit unnerving. I mean, the trees stare at you anytime you jump on them, but it's also got that NES difficulty stemming purely from the jank. Every level has instant death pits that'll restart the stage, and for some reason, attack and run are on the same button, so you'll be slip sliding and trying to throw bombs at enemies. Also, why does Ronald use bombs? I'm just gonna accept it. Despite the borderline nightmarish representation of McDonald's Land, this one ain't bad. It's a shelf above a lot of licensed stuff from the era, although those games don't take me to a McDonald's order counter in between stages. They also didn't have enemies that look like this. I don't know why we didn't get Donald Land, but we did get the other NES release. Coming out in 1992, Virgin Games' McKids is easily the most famous of the bunch, at least in part due to its banging soundtrack. You don't play as Ronald this time around. Instead, you pick between one of 2 McKids, I guess. Burger stolen by the Hamburglar, yada yada, go save the McDonald Land, and be wary of Ronald's immense back problems. Rather than being a straight platformer, this one's got more of your typical 80s puzzle elements with hidden objects in each stage. And you need these in order to make it to the next world to hang out with Grimace or whoever, so get to searching. Which lies the problem. By the time this actually came out in 1992, you could and should be playing things like Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Mortal Kombat, heck, Super Mario World had already been out for well over a year. So go buy a Sega Genesis and boot up Global Gladiators instead, the supposed spiritual successor that came out in the same year. One look at the box and I don't see anything that says McDonald's. Even the back has oh wait, there it is. It's so small. Global Gladiators did not want you to know what you were about to play.
Virgin. Are you ready? Yeah!
The first part was bad enough already and reminded me of high school, but now we're being sonically bombarded by Tommy Tallarico saying, "Are you ready?" and "Yeah" over the McDonald's Golden Arch. I was not ready.
Are you ready? Yeah! Okay!
Within seconds of turning on Global Gladiators, it becomes evident that you just got tricked into playing a Mickey D's co-branded pro-environmental video game because, yes, apparently this needed to exist. The McKids are now McPreteens running around with mustard guns, squirting big globs of goo as they gladiate the globe, all while Ronald pretends he's not a part of the problem. Weirdly, this thing got pretty decent reviews, and there's some neat stuff here. The animations are top-notch for the time, the levels are colorful, and the music is alright. I don't know if the gameplay holds up, considering each level is collect a certain amount of golden arches and reach the end. No, we aren't telling you how many there are, idiot. There's also a weird momentum building to movement, so you'll be sure to fall in the pits and die thinking you've got enough speed. I also love how the game ends abruptly without any mention of McDonald's at all, almost as if the entire team hated it. Anyways, I think Global Gladiators is kind of stinky, but don't tell the reviewers from the 90s I said that. You know who isn't? Treasure. This Japanese developer has made some of my favorite games of all time, like Guardian Heroes, Astro Boy Omega Factor, Gunstar, you name it. But their sophomore release just happened to be a promotional tie-in game with the fast food giant, and the one game that went full hand on the land part of McDonald's Land, McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure. 9 syllables of synergetic power. It's also actually good, like really good. Developed alongside Gunstar initially because the devs needed money and a proven track record to get more work, McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure feels like they had something to prove. One look at the box and you'd be forgiving in assuming that this is only meant for kids 5 and younger, but inside is a super solid platformer with multiple move mechanics and ridiculously good music. The story doesn't matter, the characters are whatever, it's just Ronald with a comically long chin, except this time he can shoot sparkles out of his fingers. What matters is that it's got that treasure level of care put into it. Each stage has multiple moving elements, sometimes rhythm-based, other times totally level warping. There's a stage where you walk past a mirror and see your reflection, and sometimes an enemy will pop out. Sumo wrestlers can completely change the way a stage looks, causing you to have to think on your toes in midair. You use a freaking, I don't know, scarf in order to do vertical platforming. Boss fights are more than just slapping and running, and boy, the music goes unbelievably hard. This stupid looking game is literally a stupid food advertisement, and I beat the whole dang thing for this video, which is really a testament to how good Treasure is. If you could come to terms with playing this, I think it's a good time. Just try to keep that one to yourself. I already failed. McDonald's Land and Ronald McDonald have faded away in recent times, due in part to that killer clown scare in 2016, but I guess there's technically one more, Adventures Through McDonald Land. It's just a point-and-click adventure with lots of mini-games, one with horrifying 3D visuals, and maps that look like Planet Namek did meth. All you really need to know about this is that it was made by McDonald's Australia, and you can immediately tell.
Welcome to my party, and we're gonna have a ball. All my happy friends are here, so let's go meet them all.
Treasure Land is hands down the best one of these so far, so let's go ahead and put that at the top of the list. Can it be beaten? Let's find out with a different fast food company, or in my case, walking across the street and grabbing myself the most Americanized version of tacos out there. Rather than spending money at a store, what if you got a game bundled with a kids meal? If you did, you might have played Taco Bell Tasty Temple Challenge. Look, if you tell a 10-year-old they can get a free game instead of some crappy Nintendo 64 plastic nonsense, they're taking the real game. Taco Bell Tasty Temple Challenge is simply a Doom clone, but instead of shooting the minions of hell with various weapons of minor and mass destruction, you're squirting snakes with hot sauce packets, which are apparently hot enough to burn animals alive. Maybe we need a recall? This was a cross-promotion for their long-lost Wild Sauce, as well as a way to bring children and man-children into the store in droves. It's just also about 25 minutes long and has less content than the shareware version of Duke Nukem 3D. It runs like crap, it looks the same the entire time, the JPEGs of tacos look too crunchy, and it definitely sucks, but they sure don't make them like this anymore. Instead, you just get, you know, fully fledged dating simulators for free where they turn Colonel Sanders into a sex symbol.
just don't. But the most famous of the fast food drive-thru video games has got to be the Burger King trilogy. Back in the mid-2000s, BK went full crazy with their marketing and turned their King mascot into this creepy guy who, well, I guess needed you to eat. People all over the states know the King. We get it. They would team up with developer Blitz Games in order to make a trio of products that you could buy at $4 a pop, which is just a smidge more than the Oblivion horse armor. And you could take a physical disc home and enjoy a brand new 7th generation video game. Pocket Bike Racer, Sneak King, Big Bumpin', and most of them suck. Pocket Bike Racer is aggressively mid. It's a generic kart racer with minimum mechanics disguised as a motorcycle racer. It's largely forgettable. Sneak King is the most famous and also the worst by far. Imagine Metal Gear Solid, except not at all, where the only goal is to sneak up on people and force them to eat Burger King. I'd rather get Splinter Celled in real life. The best, in quotations of the bunch, is Big Bumpin', which is just a top-down bumper cars game where you want to smack a puck into a goal. Kind of like Rocket League. It even predates supersonic acrobatic rocket power battle cars. Psionics eat your heart out. All three of these are essentially the type of things you'd see on Xbox Live Arcade for like $3 or $5, so they're pretty bare bones and inoffensive, but it definitely beats the heck out of the average kid's meal toy. Shout out to the guy with nearly 3,000 copies of Sneak King. I hope you're doing all right. If you want to play an advert game that'll make you feel just about nothing, the King trilogy is for you. Sneak King was so hyped as like a notable bad game, but it's not really much of anything. It's just kind of there. There's a lot more food-based video games that I could talk about, but I'm pretty full for now, so let's keep the ball rolling with the second most common type of advert game, sports and racing. Cars, skateboards, extreme sports, and toys. If I could pull off a sick trick on you, there's probably a cool video game about it. Well, maybe not cool. Speaking of, are Razor scooters still a thing? I sure hope so. Growing up just wouldn't be the same without random children slamming into the sides of parked cars on the side of the road. In the year 2000, this was the hottest new thing, and any kid with a Razor scooter was automatically the coolest on the block. Just not if it was the video games. Razor Freestyle Scooter and Razor Racing, for the everything at the time, were shameless advert games and clones. The kid on the cover kind of looks like a young Tony Hawk about to totally beef it, and when you boot up the thing, you're greeted with the most 2000s art you've ever seen. Do you pick Chad? How about Amy with her blue hair streak? Neither strike your fancy? No worries, just go and unlock UFC fighter Tito Ortiz. Yeah, sure, this makes sense.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
At its core, Razor Freestyle Scooter is just a low-tier version of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and I don't think anyone expected anything else. You get the thing because it's a cheap sports game, then maybe you convince your parents to spend $100 on something that'll end up with you having stitches. There's the Game Boy Color port, which feels like a discount version of Paperboy with a single button to do tricks. Also a Game Boy Advance attempt that wanted to be the GBA version of Tony Hawk, but totally fails. Then there's another game with next to no information out there on it, Razor Racing. Yo, did they give up animating and decide to swap the static pictures in the middle of it? Razor Racing is essentially a palette swap, the Majora's Mask of Razor Freestyle Racing. But instead of centering the gameplay around doing tricks, it's instead about racing, which, I don't know if you can tell, has practically no depth. You just kind of go and continue to clap occasionally for points on time trial mode. At the very least, the original is trying to be something. Razor Racing is confused, ugly, without any licensed music, and resembles a tech demo more than an actual game. This is what I expect from my advert games. 10 out of 10. If going outside and hanging with the cool kids wasn't an option, or if you only had $10 to spend, you could also invest in some tech decks. Who needs full-size parks when you can fingerboard over the entire world? You're not seeing Razor scooter competitions these days. Take me down to the fingerboard championship so I can watch some Finger Masters at work. They definitely trained on tech deck skateboarding for the Game Boy Color. 7.5 out of 10 from GameSpot. Let's go. What you see on the screen is all there is to see. You don't actually get points for tricks. You just collect other tech decks, which are tiny on your poorly lit Game Boy Color in the first place. When even Nintendo Power says, there's not much here. But that's not all. Screw just the board. We gotta focus on the dudes with Tech Deck Dude Bare Knuckle Grind. No, that's not a Streets of Rage reference. It's instead a barely functioning Tony Hawk clone. Who'd have thought? This was actually 4 different discs that were sold piecemeal that you would install on your computer in order to unlock more levels and characters. Unfortunately, they didn't account for Windows 11 being a thing, so I couldn't get it to properly work. They also canceled an Xbox port of this, so I suppose the world wasn't meant to see you. Which is fine, because honestly, they all just kind of look like wieners. I hate Tech Deck Dudes.
The sweet sound of another satisfied thumb-buster customer.
Tech Deck Snowboarding is also a thing. I found this box on eBay and could not find any information on the internet regarding it, but that's because it's not a real video game. While looking in the files, I found a launcher for one Snowwave Avalanche, which is an unrelated PC snowboarding game. They just brought this over to the States, swapped the name out, and didn't even put the little wiener dudes in. The back of the box shows screenshots that are all dudeless, which is just what I expect from something as bottom tier as an advert game. How about advert cars? Most vehicle and racing games are walking advertisements anyways. You can't put up a Forza or Gran Turismo without being bombarded with corporate logos every way you look. So how about racers and car sims that are specifically advertisements? Games designed to showcase one specific vehicle or make have been floating around since the 70s, as we've learned, and the quality usually isn't there, lest we forget the entire Ford Racing series. You weren't driving around Bugattis in that, I'll tell you what. If you wanted to take, say, a Volkswagen Beetle onto the road, you'd have to pick up Beetle Adventure Racing for the Nintendo 64. Swinging in everywhere with ridiculously good reviews everywhere but Famitsu. Clear Volkswagen haters, Beetle Adventure Racing was one of the best Nintendo 64 racers on a platform that had a lot of fantastic ones. Sure, these days it might feel a little bare bones, but it's embraced its silliness. I mean, there's only one car to play as, but the stats change with whatever paint job you pick. I like that the speedometer moves on the top left, and there's enough arcade racing fun here to be had for anyone. On the flip side, there's Yaris. 17. A 17. You gotta work for that. Look, I'm more of a Mazda guy myself, so count me in on the Yaris Haters Club. Delisted because it sucks probably. I'm not sure actually. Look, you can peek at any era of gaming and find yourself some sort of advert game based on whatever vehicle at the time. Automobili Lamborghini, Volvo the game, freaking F355 Challenge, Passion Rosa. Some are whatever, others are okay, and even more are flat out bad. Anyone want to throw down on some Chrysler Classic Racing? A game where, according to the back of the box, you play as a nerdy wallflower and attempt to become the coolest cat alive. Time to pull up in my PT Cruiser and ask the cool kids what they think about Return to Dark Tower, and promptly get shoved in a locker. But at least I still have my copy of Jeep Thrills. Yeah, this is real, and I bought it. Made by GameSauce, the people behind My First Dollhouse in Little Britain the video game, Jeep Thrills really wants to be Beetle Adventure Racing. Heck, it even takes a little inspiration from Cruisin' USA. But as a reminder, you're looking at a PlayStation 2 video game released in 2008. The next generation was already 2 years old, and you had better looking PlayStation 2 launch titles. Jeep Thrills is cheap, the controls are stiff, and I guess they realized it because this here's an arcade racer. You got a boost meter that fills up on the side at all times, but it usually just causes glitchy chaos. I'm just sitting here wondering, who's this for? The cover might be one of the worst I've ever seen. The words aren't centered, they're in different fonts, and I just realized no one's even driving any of the Jeeps. What? Jeep Thrills is 100% prime Excel game material, and the best thing going here is that there's actually Jeep destruction, and that's pretty neat. To put things in perspective, you could have already been playing Forza Motorsport 2 for a whole year by the time Jeep Thrills came out. Heck, Gran Turismo 4 for several. This is the game your parents bought you at the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid when they went to Vegas and saw the Police on their final reunion tour without you. One more stop on the extreme sports train, and this is on something that I think every generation had since the 80s. This is definitely the most American thing possible, but when I was a kid, Everyone wanted a Nerf gun.
It's Nerf or nothing.
I don't know about everyone else, but my childhood was filled with hurting myself on corners, edges, and all sorts of playground equipment. So it kind of goes without mention that I'd find some way to get smacked around with a Nerf gun or two. There was always that one kid who had the comically large-sized blaster who'd hide on top of a slide. While I wasn't him, I sure love me some foam darts. Hasbro's toy line is still immensely popular, so it shouldn't come to a surprise that it's gotten a few video games too. You might just be surprised to know that one of them is an Unreal Tournament clone, Nerf Arena Blast. I'm not really sure why these little darts are making big explosion noises and causing mass amounts of AoE damage, but I'll take it. Arena Blast is exactly what it looks like. It's a late 90s Twitch shooter with obnoxiously bright visuals and character designs that scream extreme. The intro here was thrown together by Mondo Media, who would later go on to make Happy Tree Friends, which is totally random, but also true. I'd be lying if I said this was bad, by the way. Considering it pulls from a lot of boomer shooters at the time, Nerf Arena Blast has you duck diving around corners and trying to aim shots in a way that only that era had. Every Nerf dart has travel time, so you can't just hit scan things. You gotta account for distance and the moving trajectories. It's a pretty involved game. Considering I was 9 and sheltered when this came out, had I known about its existence, I would have hopped online and played against other cool tweens until someone needed to use the phone. This thing's got better reviews than Starfield. Arena Blast is one heck of an advert game, especially considering most of what we've talked about so far, which makes the next Nerf titles all the more disappointing. Nerf N-Strike and Nerf N-Strike Elite, two rail shooters that came with a big old plastic attachment with dual functionality. You want a Wii blaster that can turn into a dart blaster with 3 whistling sonic micro darts? Sure. After the fast-paced action and silliness of the previous game, both of these come off poorly. They're 4-player rail shooters where you don't have any control over movement, you just aim at the screen and shoot. It's like Time Crisis, except without the fancy GunCon kickback or any personality. I do like that the darts fill up the stages as you blast away, but truly, these are two of the games of all time, barely above shovelware. Recently, there was Nerf Legends all the way in 2021 on the PlayStation 5. That's right, we've been getting Nerf or Nothing games for well over 20 years. I actually covered this in one of my worst of videos though, so well, that kind of gives it away. I'm trying to write anything about it from memory, but like most Game Mill products, it went in one ear and out the other. Most likely some kind of tax break. Nerf Legends looks like Overwatch, plays like discount Overwatch, and has shooting that feels worse than a PlayStation 1 title. Avoid. And there was actually one more that unfortunately shut down already. Nerf Ultimate Championship was an Oculus Quest VR shooter that was delisted half a year after release. Online VR games are a gamble already, but I don't know what they were thinking with this. Look, the idea of playing with Nerf guns in a situation that isn't with real Nerf guns outside doesn't make sense in my brain. If we want a kid-friendly shooter, we got Fortnite for that. Also, I'm an adult. If anything, I'm gonna move on to paintball. Nerf out. I think everything we've tackled so far at the very least makes sense. I could see why you would want a cross-promotional McDonald's or Nerf game. So, what if we take things to a much weirder level? For instance, why would anyone in the right mind want a Gap Kids video game? Snow Day, the Gap Kids Quest. Why? The answer is no one, which is probably why these were given away for free. I'm actually surprised there's not more of these, but I guess making video games takes time and resources, even if it goes to something like this. Snow Day is a collection of mini-games, 2 of which, according to the cover, are hidden unlockables. The thing would tell you to check your computer every week so you could figure out how to game, which sounds like a Trojan to me. You've got a Pac-Man clone, a Match the Pitcher, the worst ski-free ripoff you've ever played, and whatever this is. Gap Kids Quest is basically one of those terrible Flash games on the internet, except you needed to slap a disc in your computer to play it. Speaking of Flash games, there's a metric brick ton of these floating around that may have actually been lost to time. Back in 2001, sugar water giant Capri Sun launched this game called Planet Juice, and there's practically a single screenshot out there. This thing was multiplayer, apparently, but beyond that, there's a neat article in Wired talking about this virtual world that in the year 2023, maybe 5 people
people know of? Sugary drinks, soda, and junk food have a ton of advert games. What better way to sell yourself to kids than to entice them with one of them fancy video games? You got M&M's, Pepsi, Coke, 7-Up, even Red Bull breakdancing on the DS. All I want for Christmas is a brand new copy of Red Bull BC1. Said no one. I'll come back to the sugary stuff another day because there's literally another full video worth here, and I had to swing the axe to get this thing out on time. So instead, let's talk about Hooters Road Trip.
Come on, this way to the test track.
Guess what? It happened again. Another day, another palette swap. Hooters Road Trip is a conversion of a PC title called Freewheelin' USA. Except this time it's not difficult to find and was instead published by Ubisoft. Released at a respectable $9.99 in 2002, Hooters here is corny cheesecake at its finest. It's technically a racer, just the whole concept's about going on a road trip. I guess in Freewheelin' you just be driving town to town doing road tripping things. In Hooters Road Trip, you're driving city to city from Hooters to Hooters. Is Hooters the only restaurant in this world? Is this post-apocalyptic? You can tell they just slapped the theme on top of the original because there's absolutely no chicken wing presence in the gameplay at all. Instead, it's just sloppy and slippery driving across the countryside as a red truck barrels through traffic. He's gotta get to Hooters first. Wait, no, I literally didn't. Similarly to Jeep Thrills, I feel like this one could have benefited from going full Cruisin' USA. I'm surprised that there's no Hooters girls on the side of the road or even like a billboard. You can trick people into thinking that you're not playing a schlocky Hooters game for several minutes at a time, and let's be real, that's a failed advert game. Anyways, the worst thing about this is that the music defaults to this one butt rock track that plays over and over, so you have to manually change it to random. And if you don't, buckle up, we're gonna get some wings. Just make sure to put on some Axe body spray so the waitresses don't run away. By that, I mean going to mojomastergame.com and playing Mojo Master, a game about picking up a date with the power of Axe Unlimited.
100 different women.
Has this worked for anyone? Yeah, this is pretty much exactly what I expected. Also pause, computer enhance, that is definitely the same 5 girls over and over. Mojo Master has lost media at this point, and that's probably okay. I do find it strange that the girls are all elemental based and that this was developed by the people who brought us kid-friendly Diablo clone Fate. But fuck them kids. Grab your Atari Lynx and head out to the corner store. It's time to play the canceled Marlboro Go. Move over Pokemon Go. It's time for a new outdoor activity. This obviously never came out.